If you've spent any time in the Five Nights at Freddy's community, you'll know that almost every major event in the series can be traced back to one villain or another. Some are obvious, some are hidden in the background, and some didn't even exist when the story first began. In this video, we're going to break down every major villain in the FNaF universe, looking at who they are, what they did, why they did it, and the impact they had on the timeline. We'll cover everything from the well-known names to the characters that are often overlooked. Part 1. Who was William Afton? Before the murders, before Springtrap, before any of the machinery this franchise would eventually build around him, William Afton was a business partner and an engineer. He co-founded Fazbear's Family Diner alongside Henry Emily in the early 1980s, contributing directly to the design of the Springlock suits that made the diner's two performers, Fazbear and Spring Bonnie, functional as both animatronics and wearable costumes. That technical skill is confirmed repeatedly across this franchise's later material, most directly through the blueprints and engineering documents tied to his name throughout Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator. What the games never explain is why he became what he became. No confirmed backstory gives William a traumatic origin, a clear breaking point, or a stated ideology. He simply appears, already capable of horrifying calculation, the moment his story requires it. Fan theories have filled that gap with everything from jealousy of Henry's own talent to a broader fascination with cheating death. But none of it carries direct textual confirmation. This absence is worth naming honestly rather than smoothing over, because a villain this franchise builds an entire decade of storytelling around remains, at the level of personal motive, largely a blank the games chose never to fill in. His partnership with Henry gives the clearest window into who he was before the killing started. Henry handled engineering with genuine care for the children the business served. William handled the side of the business focused on growth, reputation, and what the company could get away with. That division of labor, established through the earliest confirmed details of Fazbear Entertainment's founding, already contains the seed of everything that follows. One man built machines to protect children. The other built a company culture willing to look away from danger if the numbers worked out. William Afton became one of gaming's most infamous villains, not because of any single act of violence, though those exist in disturbing number, but because of how completely his crimes reshaped the mechanics of an entire fictional universe. Every haunted animatronic, every possessed spirit, every haunted suit examined across a decade of games traces back, directly or indirectly, to decisions this one man made. Understanding him is not optional context for this franchise's villains. It is the starting point every other antagonist gets measured against. Part 2. Every crime William Afton committed. William's first confirmed murder is Charlotte Emily, Henry's own daughter, killed outside Freddy Fazbear's Pizza while wearing the Spring Bonnie suit. The games never depict this directly, relying instead on the security puppet minigame's own quiet, devastating implication. But William's presence at the scene is confirmed through the minigame's visual staging. This murder predates the missing children's incident and establishes, before any other crime, that William was willing to kill a child connected to his own business partner. The missing children's incident follows. 5 children, Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and a 5th victim connected to Golden Freddy with less certainty, lured away from Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and killed inside the restaurant. The Fruity Maze minigame provides this franchise's clearest window into method, showing William, disguised as Spring Bonnie. exploiting Susie's grief over a lost pet to lure her away from safety. This wasn't opportunistic violence. It was calculated, individually tailored manipulation repeated across 5 separate victims. A second wave of killings, referenced through the Save Them minigame connected to the newer restaurant introduced in the second game, suggests William struck again years later at a different location, using the same fundamental method. The games provide considerably less individual detail here than they do for the original 5, leaving victim count and identity deliberately unclear. But William's presence within the minigame confirms his continued involvement. Elizabeth Afton, his own daughter, represents a different category of harm entirely. Her death resulted from Circus Baby's own hidden capture mechanism, rather than from any direct, personal targeting the way Charlotte and the 5 original children experienced. William built the machine that killed her, and multiple recovered audio logs suggest he warned her away from Baby specifically, understanding the danger without ever redesigning the animatronic to eliminate it. Taken together, these crimes span decades and escalate in scale and method, from a single, personal killing to calculated group manipulation to, eventually, negligent engineering that cost him his own child. Every one of these deaths permanently altered Fazbear Entertainment's own trajectory, forcing closures, relocations, and rebrands that this documentary's next section examines in far more detail. Part 3. The Obsession with Remnant. William's evolution from serial killer to experimenter marks one of this franchise's most significant tonal shifts, and pinpointing when that shift occurred matters for understanding what drove it. The murders examined in the previous section were personal, direct, and comparatively simple in method. What followed at Circus Baby's Pizza World and its underground facility represents something considerably more systematic. A private laboratory built specifically to study and manipulate the exact supernatural mechanism his own earlier crimes had accidentally produced. Remnant, confirmed directly through Henry Emily's own recovered blueprints in Pizzeria Simulator, is described as a substance connected to captured human presence, extractable from a haunted body and reintroducible elsewhere through mechanical means. William's own interest in this substance appears to predate any confirmed textual explanation of what it actually was, suggesting he had already begun experimenting with possession's underlying mechanics well before the games ever gave players language to describe what he was doing. This shift in priority, from murder as an end in itself to murder and manufactured tragedy as raw material for further experimentation, changes the moral shape of William's character considerably. The original 5 children died because William wanted them dead, or wanted something from killing them the games never fully specify. The Funtime animatronics and their underlying rental service existed because William wanted a repeatable supply of the same supernatural substance, treating human suffering as a resource to be harvested rather than as an act to be committed and left behind. Scientific curiosity, if that term can even be applied honestly to what William was doing, appears to have become genuinely important to him, independent of the harm it caused. His own survival following the Springlock collapse this documentary examines shortly, and his continued pursuit of methods to cheat death across Springtrap, Scraptrap, and possibly Glitchtrap suggests Remnant eventually became personal in a way his earlier murders never were. He wasn't just studying how to trap other spirits, he was studying how to save himself. This obsession directly produced Circus Baby, the Funtime line, Ennard, and Molten Freddy, each examined in considerable individual depth throughout this documentary's third section. Without Remnant, none of these creations exist in the form this franchise actually depicts them. William's own curiosity, weaponized and industrialized, is the direct cause of nearly every antagonist introduced in this franchise's middle era. Part 4. Becoming Springtrap. Years after the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed, William returned to the abandoned building, and reconstructing his reasoning requires weighing several plausible motivations against each other rather than settling on a single confirmed explanation. He may have intended to destroy evidence connecting him directly to the missing children's incident, eliminate ongoing danger the haunted animatronics still posed to himself personally, or simply reclaim technology and knowledge he considered his own, regardless of what it now contained. The Follow Me minigames document his systematic dismantling of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. Approached with the same calculated method this documentary traced throughout his earlier murders, what William apparently failed to understand, based on everything that follows, is that destroying a suit does nothing to end the spirit bound to it. His own crimes had already proven this mechanism worked in the opposite direction, extending life rather than ending it. Yet he seems to have approached this dismantling as though physical destruction would simply resolve the problem. That miscalculation released the four spirits from whatever physical constraint their intact suits had previously imposed, and the shadow figures depicted throughout the confrontation that follows suggest their continued existence had never actually depended on those suits' mechanical integrity at all. William's own considerable intelligence, examined throughout this documentary's later coverage of his broader effectiveness as a villain, failed him at precisely this moment. A rare and consequential miscalculation from a man who otherwise planned with unusual precision. Cornered inside the safe room, William retreated into the Spring Bonnie suit, apparently believing the same spring lock mechanism that had once let him move freely among children could now protect him from considerably more dangerous company. That belief proved catastrophically wrong. Moisture from the room's own leaking roof, combined with William's own frantic, unrestrained movement, triggered exactly the kind of spring lock failure this technology had always been vulnerable to. The suit's internal frame collapsing inward around him. His survival following this collapse, examined in the next section, confirms Remnant's role extends beyond simply binding a spirit to a suit after death. Something about William's own consciousness persisted through this specific failure, suggesting either that his own prior experiments had already altered how his body would respond to exactly this kind of trauma, or that sheer stubborn refusal to accept his own death functioned as its own kind of supernatural anchor, distinct from the compassionate, deliberate transfer that created every other possessed animatronic examined throughout this franchise. Part 5. Scrap Trap, Glitch Trap, and Burn Trap. Springtrap survived Fazbear's Fright's own climactic destruction in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, a detail confirmed through his later appearances rather than shown directly during that specific fire. Whatever mechanism sustained his consciousness proved resilient enough to outlast an attraction built specifically around his own recovered, decades-old remains, setting up the considerably more deliberate confrontation Henry Emily would eventually stage years later. Scrap Trap represents William's physical form by the time of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, his own body showing considerably more severe deterioration than the Springtrap design this documentary already examined. This decline suggests continued decay throughout the years separating these two games. William's own resilience, apparently coming at the cost of visible, worsening physical ruin, even as his underlying consciousness persisted. Glitchtrap enters this franchise through Help Wanted's own recovered circuit boards, a digital entity whose behavior throughout the game's hidden minigames mirrors William's own established patience and manipulation. Whether this represents his surviving consciousness transferred into digital form, a separate recreation built from recovered data, or something this franchise has never fully categorized, remains genuinely unresolved. The games imply the connection without ever confirming it outright, and this documentary isn't going to claim more certainty than the source material provides. Burntrap complicates this picture further, appearing beneath the Pizzaplex and security breaches Burn It All Down, ending with design elements echoing both Springtrap and Scraptrap, while introducing meaningful differences, including a jaw structure that departs from William's own consistently established design across every earlier appearance. Security Breach, Ruin later confirms the Princess Quest ending as the game's actual canonical conclusion, effectively removing Burntrap from this franchise's confirmed timeline and connecting him instead to the Mimic, examined in far greater detail toward the end of this documentary. Separating confirmed canon from ongoing debate matters enormously across this entire evolution. William's survival through Springtrap and his physical decline into Scraptrap are confirmed directly. Glitchtrap's connection to him remains probable, but unconfirmed. Burntrap's connection to him has been actively walked back by this franchise's own subsequent material. Treating all four as simply William again flattens exactly the uncertainty this franchise has spent years deliberately cultivating around its own most persistent villain. Part 6. Why William was such an effective villain. William's intelligence shows most clearly in his patience. Every major scheme this documentary traces, from the original murders through the underground facility's own remnant experiments, unfolds across years rather than single impulsive acts. He waited decades between the original missing children's incident and his own return to the abandoned restaurant. He built an entire private rental service specifically to generate repeatable access to victims rather than relying on opportunity alone. That kind of extended, deliberate planning separates him from nearly every other antagonist this franchise introduces. His manipulation operated on a genuinely individual level rather than through generic deception. The Fruity Maze minigame shows him exploiting Susie's specific grief over a lost pet, tailoring his approach to one child's own emotional vulnerability rather than relying on a single, repeatable script. That capacity for personalized cruelty, understanding exactly what a specific victim needed to hear, marks him as considerably more dangerous than a villain relying purely on force or opportunity. His technical ability matters just as much as his psychological manipulation. William didn't simply exploit existing animatronic technology. He personally contributed to its original design at Fredbear's Family Diner, later engineered the Scooper and the Funtime line's own hidden capture mechanisms, and eventually pursued remnant manipulation sophisticated enough to sustain his own consciousness through catastrophic physical destruction more than once. Few antagonists in this franchise combine hands-on engineering skill with this level of psychological cunning. His willingness to sacrifice everyone around him, including his own children, distinguishes him from villains whose cruelty stops at some personal boundary. Elizabeth's death resulted directly from a machine he built and knowingly left dangerous. Michael Afton's own extended suffering across multiple games traces back to a father who never intervened meaningfully on his behalf. William's own self-interest consistently outweighed any protective instinct toward his family, a detail that separates him from more conventionally sympathetic villains this franchise sometimes introduces elsewhere. His downfall came not from any external force outsmarting him, but from his own miscalculation regarding how possession actually worked, examined directly in this documentary's earlier coverage of his return to the original restaurant. That's a meaningful detail. William Afton wasn't defeated by a smarter opponent. He was defeated by his own failure to fully understand the consequences of the very mechanism his own crimes had created. A blind spot that proves even his considerable intelligence had genuine limits. Part 7. Every plan William ever made. William's murders represent his most immediate personal scheme, examined in detail earlier in this documentary, but they function within a considerably longer pattern once placed alongside everything that follows. Circus Baby's Pizza World and its underground rental service represent his next major plan, a business built publicly as legitimate entertainment while privately functioning as both a mechanism for harming children and a laboratory for remnant experimentation. This dual purpose distinguishes it from his earlier crimes, which required no comparable business infrastructure. The Funtime animatronics themselves represent an extension of this same plan, rather than a separate scheme. Each one engineered with hidden capture mechanisms and, in several documented cases, remnant drawn from multiple, uncounted sources. This suggests William's ambitions had scaled considerably beyond individual personal murder into something closer to industrial production of the exact supernatural material he'd become obsessed with studying. His attempts to survive death represent a genuinely distinct category of planning, beginning with his retreat into the spring Bonnie suit during the Follow Me confrontation, and continuing through his confirmed survival of Fazbear's Fright's own destruction. Whether this survival was planned in advance or simply an unintended consequence of remnant exposure through his own earlier experiments remains unconfirmed, though his continued, active pursuit of further survival through Scrap Trap and possibly Glitch Trap suggests at least some deliberate intent by this later stage. Several of William's plans failed outright. His attempt to dismantle the 4 original animatronics without understanding possession's true mechanics backfired catastrophically, directly causing his own spring lock collapse. Ennard's own escape plan, examined in far more detail later in this documentary, eventually fractured from within despite initial success. Circus Baby's own facility was ultimately shut down, and Michael Afton, the very person William's creations exploited to escape that facility, went on to become one of the key figures assisting Henry Emley's own final plan against him. Weighing successes against failures reveals a villain whose long-term strategic thinking consistently outpaced his understanding of the supernatural forces he was actually working with. He succeeded repeatedly at manipulating individual people and engineering dangerous technology. He failed repeatedly at anticipating what happens once that technology and those spirits stop cooperating with his own intentions, a pattern that directly shaped nearly every major game this franchise has released. Part 8. Why William Afton is FNaF's greatest villain. No other antagonist this documentary is going to examine matches William Afton's direct influence across this franchise's entire timeline. Fazbear Entertainment's own corporate negligence, examined throughout this documentary's next section, enabled his crimes, but the crimes themselves originated with him specifically. The Mimic, examined much later in this documentary, represents a genuinely new form of threat, but its own existence traces back to a company culture and a supernatural framework William's own actions helped establish decades earlier. Comparing him against Eleanor, the Mimic, or even Fazbear Entertainment itself reveals a consistent pattern. Every other major villain this franchise introduces either operates within a world William's crimes already shaped, or represents a variation on problems his own choices first created. Remnant exists as a concept because William studied and weaponized it. The Funtime line exists because William engineered it. Even Glitchtrap and Burntrap, whatever their exact relationship to him actually turns out to be, exist within a supernatural framework this franchise built specifically around his own decade-spanning story. His impact extends beyond simple cause and effect into the emotional architecture of nearly every other character this documentary examines. Charlie's transformation into the puppet exists because of him. The original 5 children's possession exists because of him. Michael Afton's entire arc across multiple games exists because of him. Henry Emily's decades-long grief and eventual sacrifice exists because of him. Removing William from this franchise's timeline doesn't just remove one villain. It removes the specific tragedy nearly every other character's story is a direct response to. What separates William from a villain who simply causes damage is the sustained, active role he continues to play across a decade of releases. He isn't defeated once and referenced afterward the way many antagonists in ongoing franchises eventually are. He returns, transforms, and continues driving events forward through Springtrap, Scraptrap, and the unresolved questions surrounding Glitchtrap, remaining functionally relevant to this franchise's story longer than any other single character on either side of its central conflict. That combination, originating nearly every tragedy this franchise depicts and remaining an active threat across its entire runtime, is why William Afton occupies a category no other antagonist examined throughout the rest of this documentary fully reaches. He is the origin point every subsequent villain, corporate, supernatural, or artificial, ultimately traces back to, which makes him the natural starting point for turning toward the institution that let him operate for so long undisturbed, Fazbear Entertainment itself. Part 9. Fazbear Entertainment, the villain nobody talks about. William Afton didn't operate in isolation. Every murder this documentary traced through its opening section happened inside restaurants owned and operated by a company that consistently prioritized continued operation over any genuine investigation into what was actually happening within its own buildings. That pattern, established from the earliest confirmed details of Fredbear's Family Diner's own Springlock failures, repeats with remarkable consistency across every subsequent location this franchise depicts. Corporate negligence differs from individual villainy in an important way worth naming directly. Fazbear Entertainment never appears as a single identifiable antagonist confronting the player the way William or the Mimic eventually do. It operates instead through absence, through decisions never shown on screen, memos never read aloud, and warnings consistently ignored rather than actively refused. That structural invisibility is exactly why many fans consider the company itself one of this franchise's greatest villains, despite it never once appearing as a traditional, physically present threat. Greed factors into this pattern directly. Every closure this franchise depicts, following the original missing children's incident, following the Save Them related tragedy, following Circus Baby's own catastrophic opening day, is followed within a relatively short span by a new location, a new marketing push, and a new attempt to recapture the exact audience trust the previous disaster had just destroyed. Reopening was never treated as a mistake worth reconsidering. It was treated as a problem worth managing through rebranding. Repeated cover-ups compound this greed into something considerably more damning. Newspaper clippings scattered throughout the original game's own environmental storytelling document, a company actively managing public perception around active missing children investigations rather than cooperating transparently with whatever authorities were involved. This isn't simply a business making poor decisions. It's a business consistently choosing image management over the safety of the children it built its entire brand around serving. This documentary's next several sections are going to trace this pattern in far greater specific detail, examining exactly which warnings the company ignored, exactly how it managed public perception following each disaster, and exactly why it kept reopening despite decades of confirmed, repeated tragedy. What matters to establish here is the foundational claim this entire section depends on. William Afton required an environment willing to look away, and Fazbear Entertainment provided that environment consistently, deliberately, and for decades. Part 10. Ignoring every warning. Phone Guy's own recorded messages throughout the original game provide this franchise's clearest, most direct evidence of institutional awareness regarding danger the company chose not to address meaningfully. His references to unusual animatronic behavior, unexplained odors, and previous employees' own fates suggest a workplace where genuine, documented concern existed at the staff level long before any player character ever picked up a flashlight. Employee complaints, implied throughout this same recorded material, appear to have been met with reassurance rather than investigation. Phone Guy's own tone, shifting from casual, almost dismissive humor early in the week toward genuine, unguarded fear by his final recorded message, suggests a company culture that trained its staff to downplay danger rather than escalate it, consistent with the broader pattern this documentary's previous section already established regarding image management over safety. Foul odors, referenced directly within the original restaurant's own environmental storytelling, represented a physical, undeniable symptom of the exact supernatural corruption this franchise's broader story depends on. Yet the company's own response, according to every available account, amounted to little beyond routine, surface-level explanation rather than any genuine investigation into what was actually decomposing inside these suits. Customer concerns compound this pattern of institutional dismissal. A restaurant experiencing multiple, unexplained child disappearances would, under any reasonable standard, face immediate and sustained public scrutiny. Fazbear Entertainment's own continued operation throughout this period, confirmed through the original game's own framing as an active, still functioning business despite this exact history, suggests either remarkable public tolerance or, more likely given everything this documentary has already established, active corporate effort to minimize and contain that scrutiny rather than confront it honestly. Safety failures throughout this entire period extended beyond any single incident into the company's own basic operational standards. Suits with documented histories of malfunction remained in circulation. Facilities with confirmed histories of danger continued welcoming families through their doors. This wasn't a company caught off guard by a single unforeseeable tragedy. It was a company that had every opportunity to recognize a clear, repeating pattern of danger and consistently chose continued operation over any meaningful intervention. Part 11. Covering up murder. Newspaper clippings scattered throughout the original game's own environmental storytelling represent this franchise's clearest textual evidence of how Fazbear Entertainment managed its public image following the missing children's incident specifically. These clippings document public suspicion and ongoing investigation without ever depicting the company issuing any comparably direct, transparent public accounting of what had actually happened inside its own restaurant. Missing persons investigations, implied throughout this same environmental material, appear to have proceeded without meaningful cooperation from company leadership, a pattern consistent with the broader institutional behavior this documentary's previous section already traced through Phone Guy's own recorded messages. A company genuinely committed to resolving these disappearances would have every incentive to cooperate fully and visibly with investigators. Nothing in this franchise's confirmed material suggests that cooperation happened at anything beyond a bare, legally required minimum. Public statements, to the extent this franchise's environmental storytelling implies them, appear to have focused on reassurance and continued normalcy rather than acknowledgement of genuine, ongoing danger. This mirrors almost exactly the pattern this documentary already traced through Phone Guy's own recorded messages, an institution trained from the top down to project confidence and stability, regardless of what was actually happening behind closed doors. Restaurant closures throughout this franchise's timeline consistently arrive only after a tragedy has become impossible to continue managing quietly, rather than following any proactive decision made once genuine danger first became apparent. The original location's own eventual closure, the newer restaurant's own later shutdown following its own comparable tragedy, and Circus Baby's Pizza World's own abrupt end all follow this same reactive pattern. Closure as damage control rather than closure as genuine accountability. The company's own repeated denial of responsibility, despite overwhelming evidence linking its restaurants directly to multiple disappearances across multiple locations and multiple decades, represents perhaps the clearest single indictment this documentary can offer regarding Fazbear Entertainment's own institutional character. This isn't a company that failed once and learned from the experience. It's a company that treated denial and containment as its default, repeated response to confirmed catastrophic harm, a pattern this documentary's next section is going to trace directly into the company's own baffling willingness to keep reopening despite this exact history. Part 12. Why Fazbear Entertainment never learned. The pattern of reopening after disaster runs consistently across this franchise's entire timeline, from the original restaurant's own replacement by a newer, technologically updated location, through Circus Baby's own rental service following the underground facility's collapse, through to the Mega Pizzaplex's own construction directly above ground this documentary's later section is going to establish as containing considerably more historical danger than its own modern branding ever acknowledged. Financial motivation offers the most straightforward explanation for this pattern. Each new location represented a genuine opportunity to recapture lost revenue and rebuild damaged public trust. And Fazbear Entertainment's own repeated willingness to pursue that opportunity, despite decades of confirmed, repeated tragedy, suggests a company culture where profit consistently outweighed any lesson that might reasonably have been drawn from its own catastrophic history. Corporate decision-making throughout this pattern appears to have relied heavily on rebranding as a substitute for genuine reform. New animatronic designs, new facility layouts, and new marketing language repeatedly presented each fresh start as evidence of meaningful change, while the underlying practices, storing rather than destroying dangerous suits, relocating rather than investigating troubling incidents, remain functionally consistent across every single iteration this franchise depicts. This belief that rebranding could erase the past rather than confront it directly connects to Help Wanted's own considerably more disturbing evolution of this exact strategy, examined in far greater depth later in this documentary. Rather than simply hoping the public would forget past tragedy, the company eventually attempted to actively repackage that same tragedy as entertainment, suggesting the underlying instinct toward containment through rebranding never actually disappeared. It simply grew more sophisticated as this franchise's own timeline progressed. The consistency of this pattern across decades and multiple entirely different business ventures suggests something considerably more structural than simple, isolated poor judgment from any single executive or decision. This documentary's next section examines the specific human cost this pattern imposed on the employees tasked with actually staffing these repeatedly reopened, repeatedly dangerous locations, workers who inherited every one of these unlearned lessons directly. Part 13. Disposable employees. Security guards throughout this franchise's entire timeline are consistently placed into buildings with documented histories of supernatural danger, given minimal training, and left to survive entire nights largely on their own initiative. Phone Guy's own recorded messages, examined earlier in this documentary, function almost entirely as a substitute for genuine safety briefing, casual and often unhelpfully vague guidance standing in for the kind of direct, honest warning any responsible employer would provide before placing someone in comparable danger. Unrealistic expectations placed on these employees extend beyond simple lack of training into the company's own apparent indifference toward employee survival itself. Multiple recorded messages across this franchise reference previous guards who failed to survive their own shifts. Information delivered casually, rather than as the urgent, safety-critical detail it should represent, suggesting a workplace culture where employee turnover through supernatural danger had become normalized rather than treated as an emergency requiring immediate operational change. Technicians and maintenance staff throughout this franchise face comparable neglect, tasked with repairing and servicing animatronics whose supernatural danger the company itself appears to have understood at some institutional level, without receiving any comparable acknowledgement of the risk their own work actually involved. This pattern extends the same institutional dismissal this documentary traced through Phone Guy's own messages into every layer of the company's actual workforce, not just the security staff most directly associated with player-controlled characters. Inadequate safety procedures throughout this entire history reflect the same underlying priority this documentary has traced consistently since its earliest coverage of Fazbear Entertainment specifically. Safe rooms existed as an acknowledgement that danger was possible, yet their existence alongside continued. Active business operations suggest containment rather than genuine prevention as the company's actual operating philosophy, protecting a narrow escape route rather than eliminating the danger requiring one in the first place. Employees were consistently left to face supernatural threats with almost no meaningful support from management throughout this franchise's entire timeline, a pattern that extends from the original restaurant's own night guards through to the considerably more technologically advanced, and arguably no less dangerous, Mega Pizzaplex this documentary's latest section examines directly. Whatever safety improvements this franchise's own timeline eventually introduced, the fundamental relationship between Fazbear Entertainment and the people actually staffing its buildings remained remarkably, consistently exploitative across every era this franchise depicts. Part 14. Turning horror into entertainment. Help Wanted represents Fazbear Entertainment's most disturbing corporate decision this documentary has examined throughout its entire coverage so far. And understanding why requires recognizing exactly what the in-universe framing of this Versa project actually accomplishes. Rather than confronting decades of genuine, documented tragedy, honestly, the company chose to package that same tragedy as fictional, marketable horror content, effectively rewriting real deaths and real institutional failure into a consumer product. This decision represents the logical endpoint of the rebranding strategy this documentary's earlier coverage already traced across every previous restaurant closure and reopening, where earlier rebrands simply moved locations and updated animatronic designs while hoping the public would forget. Help Wanted actively leans into this franchise's own dark reputation, transforming that reputation into a deliberate marketing asset rather than something requiring careful, ongoing management. The recovered circuit boards used to build this VART experience carry genuine, physical connection to this franchise's own troubled history, salvaged directly from decommissioned locations this documentary has already established as sites of real, confirmed tragedy. Repurposing this specific hardware for entertainment purposes, rather than treating it as evidence requiring careful, respectful handling, reflects a company treating its own history of harm as raw material, rather than as something demanding genuine reckoning. That this exact project ultimately provided Glitchtrap with a pathway into renewed, active influence represents a particularly damning irony this documentary considers worth stating directly. Fazbear Entertainment's own attempt to monetize and neutralize its darkest history by turning it into fiction instead handed William Afton's own surviving presence, whatever its exact nature, actually is a genuinely new avenue for continued harm. A corporate decision that didn't simply fail to address past danger, but actively created new danger in the specific act of trying to profit from the old. This pattern, treating real trauma as content rather than confronting it honestly, positions Help Wanted as this documentary's clearest single example of Fazbear Entertainment functioning as a genuine villain in its own right, rather than simply an enabling backdrop for William's own crimes. The company didn't just fail to stop tragedy. By this point in the timeline, it had learned to actively commodify it, a decision whose consequences this documentary's later coverage of Glitchtrap and Vanessa is going to trace in considerably more direct detail. Part 15. The Mega Pizzaplex. Fazbear Entertainment's modern expansion into the Mega Pizzaplex represents this company's largest, most ambitious project this documentary has examined throughout its entire coverage, and the location's own specific placement carries genuine, deliberate significance. Building directly above older, buried locations connected to this franchise's earlier tragedies repeats, almost exactly, the same pattern this documentary's earlier coverage traced through every previous relocation and rebrand, containing the past physically rather than genuinely resolving it. This physical burial functions as a near-perfect metaphor for the company's own broader institutional behavior throughout its entire history. Rather than confronting what lay beneath, literally and figuratively, Fazbear Entertainment simply built an enormous, technologically impressive structure on top of it. Trusting scale and modernity to distract from problems the company itself never actually solved. Technological progress throughout the Pizzaplex's own design masks deeper, unresolved problems in exactly this way. The Glamrock animatronics represent this franchise's most sophisticated artificial intelligence to date, and their own considerable capability made them correspondingly vulnerable to exactly the kind of digital corruption Glitchtrap's own presence throughout the facility eventually exploits. Advanced technology didn't solve the underlying vulnerability this company's own culture had always struggled with. It simply changed the specific mechanism through which that vulnerability manifested. The sinkhole beneath the Pizzaplex, referenced directly through Ruin's own expanded exploration of this location, connects the facility physically to the ruins of the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, the exact site of Henry Emily's own climactic fire examined earlier in this documentary. Building an enormous, modern entertainment complex directly above the literal ashes of this franchise's most significant attempted resolution suggests a company either unaware of or entirely indifferent to the specific history buried beneath its newest flagship location. This combination, genuine technological advancement paired with the exact same institutional blindness this documentary has traced since Fredbear's Family Diner's own earliest Springlock failures, confirms that the Mega Pizzaplex represents continuity rather than genuine change. Fazbear Entertainment learned to build more impressive buildings. It never learned to actually confront what its own history had repeatedly proven about the dangers hiding within them. Part 16. The people behind the company. William Afton represents this franchise's most visible individual villain, but he never operated as Fazbear Entertainment's sole decision-maker. The company's own continued operation across decades of confirmed tragedy required considerably broader institutional participation than any single person, however influential, could reasonably provide on his own. The games themselves offer remarkably little direct information about specific executives beyond William and Henry, a gap this documentary considers itself worth naming directly, rather than filling with invented detail the source material doesn't support. This absence isn't accidental. It reflects this franchise's broader storytelling approach, favoring environmental implication over direct exposition, extended here into the company's own corporate structure specifically. Supplementary material, including the book series this documentary's later sections examine in far greater dedicated depth, introduces additional human figures connected to Fazbear Entertainment's own decision-making. Though this documentary is deliberately holding detailed coverage of characters like Mr. Burrows for its dedicated book villains section, rather than addressing them prematurely here, what can be said now is that these figures, where they do appear, generally reinforce rather than complicate the institutional pattern this documentary has already traced. Decision makers prioritizing profit and image management over genuine safety. Whether corporate leadership bears direct responsibility for this franchise's tragedies is a question this documentary answers with confidence. Yes, though the games themselves rarely assign that responsibility to any single named individual beyond William specifically. This diffusion of accountability, decisions made by unnamed committees and unidentified executives rather than by any one clearly culpable figure, may itself represent this franchise's most pointed commentary on how corporate harm actually functions in reality. Damage caused collectively, while genuine, individual accountability remains difficult to pin down. This lack of clear individual villains behind Fazbear Entertainment's own leadership doesn't diminish the company's own culpability. If anything, it reinforces the argument this documentary's next section is about to examine directly, that an institution can cause harm on a scale exceeding any single person's individual capacity, precisely because no single person within it ever has to bear full personal responsibility for the outcome. Part 17. Is Fazbear Entertainment worse than William? Comparing individual evil against corporate negligence requires taking both seriously on their own terms rather than assuming one automatically outweighs the other. William Afton committed direct, deliberate murder repeatedly across decades, a category of harm this documentary has never minimized throughout its earlier coverage. Fazbear Entertainment never directly killed anyone in the sense William did. Its harm operated through omission, through warnings ignored, and investigations never genuinely pursued. The question worth asking directly is whether William could have caused comparable damage without an institution willing to enable him. Every murder this documentary traced through its earlier coverage required a functioning restaurant, ongoing public trust, and continued access to children, all of which depended entirely on Fazbear Entertainment's own continued operation despite mounting confirmed evidence something was seriously wrong. Strip away that institutional cover, and William's own capacity for repeated sustained harm shrinks considerably. This doesn't erase William's own individual culpability. He made deliberate, personal choices no company policy required or excused. But Fazbear Entertainment's own repeated choice to reopen, rebrand, and deny responsibility. Examined across this documentary's entire preceding section, created and recreated exactly the conditions his crimes depended on, again and again, across multiple locations and multiple decades. Long after any reasonable institution should have recognized the pattern and intervened decisively. Scale matters directly to this comparison as well. William's own confirmed victims, while genuinely devastating, remain individually countable across this documentary's earlier coverage. Fazbear Entertainment's own negligence arguably enabled harm extending considerably further into every employee placed in danger without adequate warning. Every family that trusted a company actively concealing known risk. And every subsequent tragedy made possible by the company's own consistent refusal to learn from the last one. This video's position, weighing both forms of villainy honestly against each other, treats them as distinct rather than directly comparable categories of harm, deliberate individual evil on one side, and systemic institutional failure on the other. Both genuinely responsible for this franchise's accumulated tragedy in ways that reinforce rather than excuse each other. William needed Fazbear Entertainment's cover to keep operating. Fazbear Entertainment needed exactly the kind of institutional indifference toward accountability that made someone like William possible to employ, undetected, for as long as it did. Part 18. The villain that never dies. Every catastrophe this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of Fazbear Entertainment ends the same way. A building closes, sometimes burns. Occasionally an executive or a location simply disappears from this franchise's own ongoing story, and the company itself continues regardless. That persistence, surviving what should reasonably end any conventional business, is worth treating as a genuine antagonistic trait rather than simple narrative convenience. The original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closes following the missing children's incident, yet the company reopens almost immediately under a new, technologically updated banner. That newer location suffers its own comparable tragedy through the Save Them incident, and the company continues operating regardless. Circus Baby's Pizza World collapses following Elizabeth's death, and the underground facility's own eventual chaos. And Fazbear Entertainment eventually emerges again, decades later, with the Mega Pizzaplex, its largest and most technologically ambitious project yet. This resilience differs meaningfully from William Afton's own repeated survival, examined throughout this documentary's opening section. William survives through specific, identifiable supernatural mechanisms, remnant, sustaining a single consciousness across multiple physical destructions. Fazbear Entertainment survives through something considerably more mundane and, in its own way, more disturbing institutional memory loss treated as a genuine business strategy. Each new generation of employees and customers inheriting none of the hard-won lessons the previous disaster should have taught them. Executives disappear from this franchise's own confirmed material without explanation, a detail this documentary's earlier coverage already flagged as a genuine, significant gap rather than an oversight worth filling with speculation. Whoever actually approved each rebrand, each reopening, each decision to bury rather than confront the company's own history, remains largely unnamed, allowing the institution itself to persist even as its own individual decision-makers vanish from the story entirely. This persistence positions Fazbear Entertainment as this franchise's most structurally unusual villain. It cannot be defeated the way William was cornered inside the safe room, or the way the mimic might eventually be confronted directly. It has no single body, no single consciousness, and no single act of destruction capable of ending it permanently. As long as there's a market for family entertainment and a willingness to bury rather than confront what happened at the last location. This franchise's own timeline suggests Fazbear Entertainment will simply keep returning, under whatever name and however many decades it takes, precisely because that pattern has never once, across this documentary's entire coverage, been genuinely interrupted. Part 19. Elizabeth Afton, the child who became Circus Baby. Elizabeth's relationship with William before her death carries a genuine, unresolved tension worth examining directly rather than smoothing over. Recovered audio material throughout Sister Location suggests William understood Circus Baby's own hidden danger well enough to warn Elizabeth away from the animatronic specifically, yet he never redesigned the machine to eliminate that danger, nor did he restrict her access to the facility housing it. This combination, genuine parental concern paired with continued functional negligence, mirrors the exact institutional pattern this documentary traced throughout its coverage of Fazbear Entertainment more broadly, except here the negligent party is Elizabeth's own father. Her fascination with Baby appears to have developed well before Circus Baby's Pizza World ever opened to the public, suggested through the game's own flashback material depicting repeated, escalating attachment to the animatronic. Whether this fascination stemmed from Baby's own deliberately engineered charm, examined in far more detail in the next section, or from something more specific to Elizabeth's own personality and relationship with her father's work, the games never fully separate. The opening day of Circus Baby's Pizza World provides this franchise's most direct, explicitly shown death sequence anywhere in its entire runtime. Elizabeth approaches Baby specifically, drawn by exactly the voice mimicry and manufactured warmth the design intended, and Baby's own ice cream mechanism activates, pulling Elizabeth inside rather than delivering the treat her routine promised. This scene's own visual directness stands in sharp contrast to how this franchise typically handles its most devastating moments, a deliberate choice that gives Elizabeth's death considerably more weight and clarity than most of William's other victims ever receive. William's own creation, then, killed his own daughter, a detail carrying genuine, damning irony given everything this documentary has already established about his willingness to endanger children who trusted him as a stranger. Here, the machine he built specifically to exploit that same trust in others turned that exact mechanism against someone he was supposed to protect above anyone else, without him ever intervening decisively enough to prevent it. Her possession transformed an innocent child into one of this franchise's most dangerous, morally complicated antagonists. And understanding how that transformation actually unfolds, rather than simply confirming that it happened, is the subject this documentary turns to directly across its next two sections. What matters to establish here is the foundational tragedy itself. Elizabeth Afton is a victim first, her later villainy inseparable from the specific circumstances of her death and from the father whose negligence made that death possible in the first place. Part 20. Circus Baby, William's perfect predator. Circus Baby's original design, examined independently of Elizabeth's later possession, reveals a machine built with predation as a core function, rather than as an accidental byproduct of later corruption. Her child counting software tracked exactly how many children occupied a given space at any time. Technology that reads, on the surface, like a legitimate safety feature and functions in actual practice as a mechanism for identifying when a single child had become isolated from a group. The precise moment predatory attention could be safely directed toward them. Her voice mimicry system reproduced a child's own voice back at them in real time, learned during conversation rather than pre-recorded, collapsing the ordinary distance between stranger and trusted confidant within a single exchange. This capability alone represents a significant escalation beyond anything the original 4 animatronics or even the toy line ever possessed, giving Baby a tool for manufactured intimacy specifically engineered to accelerate trust faster than any conventional entertainer relying on generic friendliness ever could. The ice cream dispenser doubling as a capture mechanism represents this design's most explicitly predatory feature, confirmed directly through Elizabeth's own death sequence examined in the previous section. This wasn't a malfunction repurposed after the fact into something dangerous. The mechanism existed from the beginning specifically to draw a child physically inside Baby's own body. Disguised behind the entirely mundane, expected reward of dessert. Her storage tank and broader internal capacity connect directly to the underground facility's own rental service, examined in far more detail across this documentary's upcoming coverage of the Funtime line generally. Baby wasn't simply a stationary restaurant attraction. She was designed for mobile deployment directly into private homes, extending her predatory capability into precisely the isolated, one-on-one settings no public restaurant floor could ever provide. This combination of features distinguishes Circus Baby fundamentally from Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, whose danger emerged entirely after possession corrupted an otherwise innocent design built purely for stage performance. Baby represents this franchise's first animatronic deliberately engineered to kill. Danger built into her blueprints before any spirit ever occupied her, marking the clearest possible evidence of William's own evolution from a man exploiting existing technology into an engineer who now built the tools for harm directly into his own machines from the very first draft. Part 21. Elizabeth's transformation into a villain. Elizabeth's personality throughout Sister Location reads as considerably more composed, articulate, and strategically minded than the instinctive, trauma-driven aggression this documentary has traced through the original 5 missing children elsewhere in this franchise. Baby speaks in complete sentences, offers Michael Afton sustained guidance through much of the facility, and demonstrates detailed, functional awareness of the underground complex's own systems that suggests retained intelligence rather than simple fragmented instinct. Comparing this composure against her likely personality in life requires acknowledging directly how little the games actually confirm about Elizabeth as an individual child before her death, beyond her fascination with Baby and her father's own repeated warnings. This documentary isn't going to invent a detailed personal history the source material doesn't provide. What can be assessed is her behavior after possession specifically, and that behavior suggests years trapped inside the machine reshaped her considerably. Whether Elizabeth willingly embraced William's own underlying ideology, treating other children as resources or obstacles the way her father's engineering already positioned them, or whether she simply became corrupted through isolation and her own machine's inherited predatory programming, remains genuinely unresolved. Baby's own dialogue includes moments of apparent guilt and self-awareness regarding her role in the facility's danger, suggesting at least partial resistance to full ideological alignment with her father's own worldview, even as her actions throughout the game continue enabling considerable harm regardless of her internal feelings about it. This tension, guilt paired with continued participation in danger, distinguishes Elizabeth from William specifically. He shows no comparable evidence of internal conflict anywhere across this documentary's earlier coverage of his own crimes. Elizabeth's villainy, to whatever extent it genuinely applies to her, appears layered with genuine ambivalence her father's own confirmed behavior never demonstrates. A meaningful distinction between a child shaped by circumstances beyond her control and a man who chose his own path with open eyes. By the time this documentary reaches her later appearance as Scrap Baby, examined in a subsequent section, her behavior shifts towards something considerably more manipulative and self-interested, suggesting her own transformation continued evolving well beyond her initial possession. Whether that evolution represents growing corruption, growing desperation following her own physical deterioration, or simply a more accurate reflection of whatever Elizabeth genuinely became once isolated long enough from any remaining human connection, is a question this documentary's later coverage returns to directly. Part 22. Funtime Freddy, William's most violent creation. Funtime Freddy's design shares Circus Baby's core predatory features, voice mimicry, and a hidden storage compartment referenced through recovered blueprint material. Confirming these capabilities were standard across William's entire Funtime line rather than unique to Baby specifically. His intended purpose within Circus Baby's entertainment and rental followed the same private in-home delivery model this documentary's earlier coverage already established, as expanding William's own access to isolated, one-on-one settings no restaurant floor could match. His behavior throughout sister location reads as significantly more overtly aggressive than Baby's own considerably more composed, guidance-oriented presence, a distinction worth examining directly rather than assuming every Funtime animatronic shares an identical temperament. Freddy's own sequences within the game involve more direct, escalating threat, his pursuit patterns suggesting either a more singular, hostile consciousness driving his behavior, or simply less restraint layered into his underlying programming, compared to Baby's own more carefully calibrated design. Blueprint material connected to Funtime Freddy specifically suggests his remnant content originates from multiple sources rather than one identifiable individual spirit, a detail this documentary considers essential for understanding his heightened aggression. Where Elizabeth's own singular confirmed possession of Baby produces a relatively coherent, if morally complicated, personality, Funtime Freddy's blended, uncounted composition may produce something closer to competing, poorly integrated impulses rather than one unified consciousness capable of the same kind of measured self-reflection Baby occasionally demonstrates. This distinction matters directly for how this documentary assesses Funtime Freddy's own status as a villain specifically. Unlike Elizabeth, whose villainy carries genuine, confirmed emotional complexity, Funtime Freddy's aggression reads as considerably closer to raw, undifferentiated hostility. An animatronic shaped by concentrated trauma from multiple unnamed sources rather than by any single, individually traceable tragedy this documentary could examine with comparable depth. His significantly more violent behavior compared to William's other creations may ultimately say less about any specific victim's own temperament, and considerably more about the sheer accumulated scale of harm required to produce this particular level of concentrated remnant in the first place. An unsettling implication regarding just how many children William's rental service may have actually affected beyond the handful this franchise's own material ever names or confirms directly. Part 23. Bonbon. More than a hand puppet. Bonbon's role alongside Funtime Freddy raises a genuinely interesting question this documentary considers worth examining on its own terms rather than dismissing as simple set dressing. The smaller rabbit puppet mounted permanently on Freddy's arm functions throughout sister location in ways that suggest coordination with Freddy's broader system rather than any fully independent personality operating entirely on its own. The theory that Bonbon functions specifically as a restraint mechanism deserves direct consideration. Several of Bonbon's own recorded interactions throughout the game involve attempts to calm or redirect Freddy's more aggressive impulses, a pattern that, if genuine rather than coincidental, would suggest William engineered a secondary control system specifically to manage Funtime Freddy's own heightened volatility, examined in the previous section as considerably more pronounced than Baby's own. Comparatively measured behavior. An alternative reading treats Bonbon as a secondary AI entirely distinct from any restraint function, a smaller, independent system contributing its own voice and perspective to the shared performance, rather than existing purely to manage Freddy specifically. Under this reading, Bonbon's calming behavior may reflect genuine, independent personality rather than any engineered safety mechanism, a meaningfully different implication for how much individual agency this smaller character actually possesses. Whether Bonbon contains any trace of Remnant himself, comparable to the blended composition this documentary already traced through Funtime Freddy's own body, remains entirely unconfirmed by this franchise's available material. This gap matters because it directly affects how seriously either theory above should be taken. A restraint mechanism requires no independent consciousness to function as intended. A secondary AI, or a smaller possessed presence, would carry genuinely different implications for Bonbon's own moral status within this documentary's broader framework, distinguishing victims from villains. This documentary's position, weighing both explanations honestly, leans toward Bonbon functioning primarily as an engineered interface rather than an independently confirmed spirit, Given the absence of any comparable evidence to what supports Elizabeth's own clearly individual possession of Baby, that reading doesn't fully resolve the character's own repeated, apparently calming behavior toward Freddy specifically, which remains one of this franchise's smaller, genuinely unexplained details worth acknowledging honestly, rather than forcing into false certainty either direction. Part 24. Ballora, the most mysterious funtime animatronic. Ballora's design centers entirely on dance and music, a ballerina animatronic whose movement and vocal performance carry a distinctly adult, refined quality, setting her apart from every other character in the Funtime line, including Baby's own more overtly child-directed personality and Freddy's own more aggressive, direct hostility. This adult register fuels the long-running theory connecting her specifically to Mrs. Afton, William's own wife, a reading that has circulated widely throughout this franchise's fan community without ever receiving direct textual confirmation. That absence of confirmation deserves to be stated plainly rather than glossed over. The theory rests almost entirely on tone, vocal performance, and design impression, rather than on anything comparable to the survival logbook's hidden name connecting Cassidy to Golden Freddy, or Susie's own confirmed backstory detail through the Fruity Maze minigame. No blueprint, gravestone, or hidden minigame ever names Ballora directly, leaving this specific connection in a considerably weaker evidentiary position than nearly every other identity claim this documentary examines across its entire runtime. Ballora's actual, confirmed gameplay mechanic centers on blindness, her own movement and awareness governed entirely by sound rather than sight, requiring players to remain still and quiet throughout her sequences to avoid detection. This design choice tells us considerably more about how William engineered her specific threat mechanic than it tells us about who, if anyone specific, might actually be inside her. Her minarinas, the small ballerina-themed units capable of detaching and assisting her throughout the facility, mirror the Bidybab's own unclear relationship to Baby's central consciousness, examined in the next section of this documentary. This parallel suggests Ballora's own body may not represent a single, unified presence any more clearly than her fellow Funtime characters do, further complicating any confident claim regarding her specific identity. Why Ballora remains one of this franchise's most mysterious antagonists connects directly to this combination of factors. A strong fan theory built almost entirely on impression rather than evidence, a design mechanic that reveals engineering choices rather than personal identity, and a body potentially shared with smaller, semi-independent units whose own origin remains equally unclear. This documentary treats the Mrs. Afton theory as genuinely popular speculation worth acknowledging directly, while stopping well short of presenting it as anything approaching confirmed or even strongly supported canon. Part 25. Funtime Foxy. Built to hunt, Funtime Foxy differs from the classic Foxy examined elsewhere in this documentary's broader coverage in nearly every meaningful respect beyond shared branding and general Fox-themed design. Where the original Foxy's danger stemmed from possession corrupting an animatronic built purely for stage performance, Funtime Foxy inherits the same engineered predatory capability this documentary has traced consistently throughout the entire Funtime line. Voice mimicry and hidden capture mechanisms built into his design from the outset, rather than emerging afterward through any supernatural corruption. His advanced mobility, referenced through recovered blueprint content and promotional material rather than through any extended, dedicated gameplay sequence, comparable to what Baby or Freddy receive throughout Sister Location's own main story, suggests a design intended for considerably more active, independent pursuit than his classic counterpart's own more predictable, patrol-based behavior. His performance role within Circus Baby's entertainment and rental followed the same private, in-home delivery model this documentary has already established as central to the entire Funtime business, extending William's own access into isolated domestic settings under the guise of legitimate, premium entertainment. Recovered blueprint text suggests Funtime Foxy was eventually recalled from the rental service specifically due to malfunctions, a detail connecting him thematically to the original Foxy's own history of operational restriction following incidents at Pirate Cove decades earlier. Though this franchise never confirms any deeper, direct connection between these two characters beyond this surface-level echo of shared unreliability. Why William designed the Funtime line to function so differently from the classic animatronics ultimately traces back to purpose rather than aesthetics. The classic animatronics were built for stage performance and only became dangerous through accidental possession following William's own murders. The Funtime line, Foxy included, was built dangerous from the beginning. Purpose-engineered predatory tools disguised as premium entertainment technology, confirming that by this stage of his own evolution, William had stopped relying on accident and opportunity entirely, replacing it with deliberate, repeatable design. Part 26. Biddy Babs and Mini-Renas. William's smaller experimental animatronics. The Biddy Babs and Mini-Renas, capable of detaching from Baby and Ballora respectively, represent this documentary's most genuinely unresolved piece of evidence regarding the true scale of the underground facility's own operation. These units function throughout Sister Location's own gameplay as semi-independent threats, capable of moving and acting apart from their larger primary counterparts rather than remaining simple, inert attachments. Their purpose within the facility appears connected to distraction and containment, small units capable of cornering or occupying a child's attention, while Baby's or Ballora's own primary capture mechanism completes its function. This reading treats them as engineered support systems rather than independently significant threats in their own right. A reasonable interpretation, given how consistently they appear to operate in coordination with their larger counterparts rather than pursuing any clearly separate agenda. Whether these smaller units carry their own trace of remnant, comparable to what this documentary has already confirmed regarding Funtime Freddy's own multiple source composition, remains genuinely unconfirmed by any direct textual evidence this franchise provides. This gap matters enormously for understanding the true scope of harm William's operation may represent. If these units are simply mechanical extensions requiring no individual supernatural component, the facility's own victim count may remain relatively contained to the handful of named or strongly implied children this documentary has already traced. If they do carry individual remnant, the implication becomes considerably darker. Their unsettling behavior, described consistently across this franchise's fan and critical discussion as among the more genuinely disturbing design choices in the entire Funtime line, despite their small size, may itself be a deliberate storytelling choice, regardless of their exact supernatural status. Something about miniature, childlike figures capable of independent, purposeful movement carries a specific kind of dread this documentary considers worth naming directly, distinct from the more straightforwardly threatening scale of Baby, Freddy, or Ballora themselves. This documentary's position treats the Biddy Babs and Mini-Renas as this franchise's clearest open question regarding William's operation. Genuinely disturbing regardless of their confirmed status, and genuinely unresolved regarding whether they represent additional individual victims or simply mechanical extensions of an already confirmed predatory design. Their unexplained origin reveals the disturbing scale of what William was willing to build without ever fully confirming exactly how far that scale actually extended. Part 27. Ennard, the monster created by cooperation. Ennard forms through the physical combination of Circus Baby, Allura, Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, and the smaller endoskeletons examined throughout this documentary's preceding coverage, merging into a single mobile entity following the events of Sister Location's own climax. Understanding why these components chose to merge requires recognizing their shared, immediate circumstance, trapped within a collapsing, increasingly dangerous facility, with escape requiring capability none of them possessed individually. Baby's own composed, strategic personality, established throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, appears to have driven much of this merger's underlying planning. Her own dialogue throughout the sequence suggesting clear awareness of what combining would accomplish, and how the resulting entity might successfully escape detection once outside the facility's own walls. This positions her as something closer to a leader within the newly formed collective rather than simply one component among equals. Her plan to escape relied specifically on disguising the combined entity as human, examined in far greater detail through this documentary's coverage of Michael Afton's own scooping in the section immediately following this one. This required a human body specifically, rather than any of Ennard's own component parts attempting to simply walk out disguised as an intact, if unusual, animatronic, confirming the entity's own strategic sophistication extended well beyond simple physical combination into genuinely considered infiltration planning. Why Ennard became one of this franchise's most unique antagonists, despite being formed from multiple, individually confirmed personalities, connects directly to the genuine, if temporary, cooperation this section has already established. Unlike Golden Freddy's own merely speculative multiple possession theory, or Molten Freddy's own considerably more concentrated and blended composition examined later in this documentary, Ennard represents confirmed, coordinated collaboration between distinct, previously separate consciousnesses working toward one clearly shared, understood goal. That cooperation's own eventual collapse, examined directly in this documentary's next section, doesn't retroactively erase how genuinely functional and purposeful this shared entity operated throughout its initial formation and escape. Ennard stands as this franchise's clearest confirmed example of multiple spirits successfully working together, rather than simply coexisting within one shared body by accident or for circumstance alone. A distinction this documentary considers essential to its broader ranking of William's creations by both danger and effectiveness. Part 28. The Scooping of Michael Afton. Michael Afton enters the underground facility searching for his missing sister, a detail connecting his presence throughout Sister Location directly back to his own earlier, considerably more troubled role in this franchise's timeline as the older brother implicated in the Bite of 83. His search reads, in this light, as a genuine attempt at atonement, guilt driving him to find and protect the one family member he might still be able to save after failing so catastrophically once before. Ennard's manipulation of Michael throughout the game relies heavily on Baby's own established, trusted voice, guiding him deeper into the facility under the guise of assistance, while the combined entity's own actual escape plan develops around him. This manipulation succeeds precisely because Michael has no reason to distrust Baby specifically, given her earlier genuine seeming helpfulness throughout much of his own journey, confirming Baby's own considerable skill at exactly the kind of manufactured trust this documentary has traced throughout her entire design and behavior. The scooper itself, examined in far more technical detail later in this documentary's dedicated coverage of William's broader experiments, proves essential to Enid's escape plan specifically because it provides the precise mechanism for extracting Michael's internal organs while leaving his outer body intact, creating exactly the kind of convincing human disguise the entity's own escape required. Baby's own dialogue during this sequence states plainly that Michael's remains are necessary for this specific purpose, confirming the entity's own cold, calculated view of him as a tool, rather than as a person worth protecting, despite his own genuine attempt to help. Michael's body continuing to function afterward, animated by a residual remnant now saturating what remains of his physical form, confirms he became, quite literally, the perfect disguise Enid required. A living demonstration of exactly how thoroughly the combined entity was willing to exploit someone who had approached the entire facility with nothing but good intentions. This sequence represents one of this franchise's clearest examples of a victim's own trust being weaponized directly against him by antagonists who otherwise present themselves, at least partially, as sympathetic or cooperative. Michael's fate here mirrors, in a considerably more literal and physical sense, the exact pattern of manufactured trust this documentary has traced throughout William's own original crimes, confirming that whatever remained of Elizabeth's own moral complexity examined earlier in this documentary, Baby proved fully capable of the same calculated cruelty her father specialized in when her own survival required it. Part 29. Enid falls apart. Following its escape from the underground facility while wearing Michael Afton's own body, Enid's internal cohesion begins deteriorating, and the specific mechanism behind this collapse connects directly back to the entity's own considerably more chaotic destination. Environmental and audio evidence recovered through Pizzeria Simulator's own hidden material suggests Enid was drawn back toward a new restaurant location by something resembling nostalgia, a pull toward recreating the performance and purpose its component parts once served before their own underground confinement. Once there, Michael's own body appears to reject the mass occupying it, expelling the combined entity through a sequence this franchise depicts with unsettling indirection rather than explicit narration. This expulsion fractures Enid along a considerably more consequential line than simple, even separation of its original 5 components, isolating Circus Baby specifically from the remaining Funtime characters rather than returning the entity to its original. Intact composition. Growing conflict between Baby's own personality and the combined will of the remaining components appears to have preceded this physical separation, suggested through Baby's own subsequent dialogue as Scrap Baby, examined directly in this documentary's next section. Whatever cooperation defined the entity during its initial escape from the facility, examined in this documentary's earlier coverage, clearly didn't survive whatever internal or external pressure ultimately drove this specific decisive fracture. Whether this conflict stemmed from competing individual spirits reasserting separate wills once external necessity no longer forced cooperation, from clashing underlying programming never designed to operate as one single permanent system, or from Michael's own body simply proving physically incapable of sustaining this combined mass indefinitely remains a distinction this franchise's own material leaves deliberately unresolved. This collapse carries genuine significance for how this documentary assesses William's own creations as a body of work. Enard represented his most successful demonstration of coordinated, multi-spirit cooperation, and its own eventual messy disintegration confirms that even his most sophisticated engineering couldn't sustain long-term stability once external pressure and internal disagreement inevitably surfaced. A pattern this documentary's later section on why William's creations turned against him is going to trace as a recurring structural weakness across nearly everything he ever built. Part 30, Scrap Baby, Elizabeth Without Limits. Following her separation from Enid, examined in the previous section, Elizabeth resurfaces as Scrap Baby, a considerably more deteriorated version of the composed, strategically minded figure this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of Sister Location. Her physical condition reflects the violence of her own expulsion from Michael's body, presenting throughout Pizzeria Simulator's own custom night content as damaged and visibly diminished compared to her original, more polished design. Her behavior throughout this later appearance shifts noticeably towards something considerably more manipulative and self-interested than her earlier, more measured guidance of Michael throughout the underground facility. Scrap Baby's own dialogue in Pizzeria Simulator expresses continued loneliness and longing for connection, language that reads as an uncomfortable echo of the exact manufactured charm her original design specialized in, now redirected toward whatever player character encounters her in this considerably diminished, isolated state. Comparing Scrap Baby's methods with William's own manipulation techniques reveals genuine, unsettling continuity. Where William exploited Susie's grief over a lost pet and Michael's own desperate desire to atone for past failure, Scrap Baby appears to exploit whoever encounters her through appeals to sympathy and companionship, suggesting Elizabeth's own methods, whatever their exact motivation, have converged considerably with her father's own established playbook by this point in her story. Her goals appear to have evolved beyond simple survival into something considerably more ambiguous, neither clearly self-preservation alone, nor clearly malicious in the deliberate, calculated sense this documentary has traced throughout William's own confirmed crimes. This ambiguity matters directly for assessing her overall status as a villain. Elizabeth's transformation, examined across this documentary's several dedicated sections, suggests a character shaped by circumstance, isolation, and inherited technology, rather than one who ever consciously, deliberately chose cruelty the way her father repeatedly did. Whether Scrap Baby represents Elizabeth finally embracing something closer to her father's own worldview, or simply a desperate, damaged consciousness reaching for whatever connection remains available to her, regardless of the harm that connection might cause others, is a question this documentary considers genuinely unresolved. What can be said with confidence is that her story, across every stage this documentary has traced, remains inseparable from the specific tragedy of her death and a father whose negligence, examined at the very start of this section, set her entire transformation into motion in the first place. Part 31. Molten Freddy, the final form of Enid. What remains after Elizabeth's removal from Enid, examined throughout the previous two sections, reforms as Molten Freddy, composed of Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, Ballora, and the smaller endoskeletons that made up the rest of the entity's original structure. This isn't simply the previous combination repaired or renamed. recovered blueprint fragments discovered through Pizzeria Simulator's own hidden material describe Molten Freddy as a distinct entity, its construction requiring specialized handling specifically because of its own unusually concentrated remnant content following Baby's own departure. His personality throughout Pizzeria Simulator's own security shifts reads as considerably more chaotic and unstable than any single component character examined individually throughout this documentary's earlier coverage. Movement and audio cues suggesting overlapping, competing impulses rather than the more measured, singular purpose this documentary traced through Baby's own individual possession of Circus Baby specifically. His appearance reflects this instability directly, presenting in visibly poor physical condition, his structure appearing partially melted or fused together, a design choice reading as the literal, physical consequence of forcing multiple concentrated presences into a configuration never intended to hold this much remnant at once, especially following the additional stress of Baby's own violent separation from the shared body. Why Henry Emily considered Molten Freddy one of the most important targets in his final plan connects directly to the sheer concentration of trapped presence this entity represents. Where Gabriel's connection to the original Freddy involves one child, and Elizabeth's connection to Baby involves one child, Molten Freddy's blueprint, confirmed multiple spirit composition, suggests considerably more accumulated suffering bound within a single unstable body, making his inclusion in Henry's own climactic act of release correspondingly more urgent and significant than freeing any single individually confirmed spirit alone. This concentration also makes Molten Freddy this franchise's clearest textual example of genuinely confirmed multiple possession within one body, examined at length elsewhere in this documentary's broader coverage of possession mechanics. As a villain specifically, his own considerable danger throughout Pizzeria Simulator stems less from any individual, identifiable malice, and considerably more from sheer, concentrated instability, a genuinely different category of threat from every other antagonist this documentary has examined so far. One shaped by accumulation rather than by any single, coherent will directing it. Part 32. The Scooper and Williams Experiments. The Scooper represents the clearest piece of confirmed technology behind Williams' broader remnant experiments, its function described directly through Henry Emily's own recovered blueprints discovered in Pizzeria Simulator's hidden material. These documents confirm the device's dual capability, extracting remnant from a haunted body and reintroducing it into another, kept at a specifically controlled temperature to prevent the substance from acting independently outside of a deliberately managed process. This confirms remnant as a genuine engineerable material rather than an undefined supernatural byproduct, a substance William apparently studied and manipulated with real technical precision. The scooping room's own physical design, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Michael Afton's own experience there, reflects this precision directly. Equipment built not simply to remove remnant, but to keep it stable and controlled until William chose to redirect it elsewhere according to his own specific experimental requirements. Possession mechanics throughout this franchise's earlier chapters, examined in far greater dedicated depth elsewhere, generally required a spirit binding to a suit following a separate preceding death, proximity, and unresolved emotion, combining to produce the effect this franchise established through Charlie's own original transformation. The Scooper represents William's own attempt to bypass this natural, unpredictable process entirely. treating what began as an accidental consequence of tragedy as a controllable, repeatable industrial procedure instead. The scientific experimentation of this technology enabled directly produced haunted machines considerably more dangerous than anything possession alone had previously created. Molten Freddy's own concentrated multiple spirit composition, examined in the previous section, exists specifically because the scooper made combining and concentrating remnant from multiple sources technically achievable in a way no earlier chapter of this franchise's story ever demonstrated was even possible. This technology's own broader significance lies in what it reveals about William's evolving priorities across his entire villainous career. His original murders required no comparable engineering, simple opportunity and manipulation sufficing entirely. By the time he built the scooper, murder itself had become, for him, merely a means of generating raw material for something considerably more ambitious, a genuinely engineered, repeatable process for manufacturing and concentrating the exact supernatural substance his own earlier, unplanned crimes had first, accidentally, revealed existed at all. Part 33. Why William's creations turned against him. Nearly every major creation examined throughout this documentary's coverage of William's underground facility eventually escaped his control, betrayed him directly, or contributed meaningfully to his own eventual downfall. And recognizing this pattern as genuinely structural, rather than simply coincidental across several unrelated incidents, matters for accurately assessing William's own limitations as this franchise's central villain. Enid's escape plan, examined at length earlier in this documentary, used Michael Afton specifically, a person connected to William's own family, as its chosen disguise. A detail suggesting the entity's own priorities never aligned with William's continued interests once its own survival became the primary concern. Whatever loyalty or shared purpose William may have expected his creations to maintain toward him personally clearly didn't survive contact with their own capacity for independent, self-interested decision-making. Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby, examined in the two sections immediately preceding this one, ultimately end up among the very creations drawn into Henry Emily's own final trap, contributing, whether willingly or simply through circumstance, to the exact confrontation that brought William's own confirmed physical existence to its most decisive conclusion. His own creations didn't actively conspire toward this outcome the way a deliberate betrayal might suggest, but their continued presence and eventual inclusion in that climactic fire confirms William's own engineering ultimately served Henry's purposes as much as, or more than, it ever served his own. Whether William underestimated the intelligence of his own machines deserves direct consideration here. Baby's own composed, strategic personality throughout Sister Location suggests genuine, functional intelligence considerably beyond simple, obedient tool behavior. And William's own apparent surprise or lack of preparation for Enid's eventual escape and betrayal suggests he may have genuinely failed to anticipate what happens once concentrated remnant and inherited human consciousness combine into something capable of independent, self-interested planning. This pattern connects directly back to this documentary's much earlier observation regarding William's own catastrophic miscalculation during the Follow Me confrontation, where he failed to anticipate that destroying a suit wouldn't destroy the spirit inside it. Across both his original victims and his later, more sophisticated creations, William consistently underestimated the supernatural mechanisms he himself was actively working to manipulate. A recurring blind spot that proves his considerable intelligence and technical skill never quite extended to genuinely understanding or respecting the independent agency of whatever he was creating. Part 34. Ranking William's creations. Assessing every major creation examined throughout this documentary's third section by intelligence places Circus Baby, and by extension Elizabeth's own possession of her, at the clear top of this ranking. Her composed dialogue, strategic planning, and functional awareness of the underground facility's own systems, demonstrating capability no other Funtime character matches with comparable consistency throughout this documentary's coverage. Enid, formed from Baby's own leadership combined with her fellow components, ranks closely behind, its successful, if temporary, escape plan confirming genuine collective intelligence even before accounting for its own eventual internal collapse. Ranking by danger produces a somewhat different order. Funtime Freddy's own heightened direct aggression, examined earlier in this documentary, arguably represents the most immediately threatening individual creation, while Molten Freddy's own concentrated, multiple spirit instability represents the most dangerous collective entity. Its unpredictable, overlapping impulses, making it considerably harder to anticipate or manage than any single, more coherent individual character. Ranking by success toward William's own original goals reveals a considerably bleaker picture for him personally. Nearly every creation examined throughout this documentary's third section ultimately failed to serve his interests long term. Enid escaped and fractured. Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby ended up contributing to Henry's own climactic plan against him. Even Elizabeth's own death, the tragedy that started this entire chapter of his story, represents an unambiguous personal failure, regardless of whatever technical success Baby's own design otherwise achieved. Ranking by influence on the timeline places Circus Baby and Enard at the top once again, their combined story directly producing Molten Freddy, Scrap Baby, and Michael Afton's own extended Remnant Sustained Survival, each of which carries forward into Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic events. The smaller Bidybabs and Minarinas, by contrast, rank lowest by this specific measure, their own unresolved mystery notwithstanding, given how little confirmed, direct influence they exert on this franchise's broader, ongoing story compared to their larger counterparts. Weighing overall effectiveness as villains specifically, distinct from simple danger or intelligence, this documentary places Enard highest, given its genuine, if temporary, success at coordinated escape, and Bonbon lowest, given the considerable uncertainty this documentary's earlier coverage established regarding whether the character possesses any independent agency at all. This ranking sets up a natural transition toward this franchise's next major evolution in villainy, moving away from remnant-based, physically embodied creations entirely and into the digital, artificial intelligence-driven threats this documentary's next section examines directly. Part 35. Glitch Trap. The villain that escaped death. Glitch Trap enters this franchise through Help Wanted, an in-universe virtual reality project built by Fazbear Entertainment using recovered circuit boards salvaged from decommissioned locations connected to this franchise's own troubled history, reconstructing how scanning this old hardware led to the appearance of a digital entity resembling William Afton requires acknowledging directly how much of this specific mechanism the games leave to implication rather than explicit explanation. A mysterious rabbit figure appears within this VR environment, associated directly with corrupted code embedded in the recovered hardware rather than with any physical animatronic suit. marking this franchise's first haunted or haunting adjacent presence to exist primarily as data rather than as matter. This distinction matters enormously for how this documentary categorizes Glitchtrap relative to every creation examined throughout its preceding coverage of William's earlier physically embodied experiments. The recovered circuit boards themselves carry genuine significance here. Their origin ties back to salvaged material from earlier, decommissioned locations this franchise's timeline has already established, meaning whatever corrupted this hardware appears to have existed in some physical form before making the jump into digital, code-based existence. This detail supports, without fully confirming, the reading that Glitchtrap represents some form of continuation from William's own physical body or consciousness following Pizzeria Simulator's fire, translated into an entirely new medium rather than created fresh from nothing. What the games confirm about Glitchtrap specifically remains considerably narrower than popular fan discussion often assumes. His behavior throughout Help Wanted's own hidden minigames, including Midnight Motorist and the game's various alternate ending sequences, demonstrates active, calculated manipulation of whoever engages with the VRR system, a behavioral signature considerably more patient and goal-directed than the more instinctive hauntings this documentary's broader coverage traces through the original 5 missing children. Separating established canon from fan interpretation matters directly here. The games confirm Glitchtrap exists, confirm his manipulative behavior, and confirm his eventual successful influence over a specific human target examined in this documentary's next section. They do not explicitly confirm his exact relationship to William Afton's own surviving consciousness, a distinction this documentary maintains carefully rather than treating as settled simply because it represents this franchise's most widely assumed reading. Part 36. Is Glitchtrap actually William Afton? The evidence suggesting Glitchtrap represents William's own digital consciousness rests primarily on behavioral continuity and the physical origin of the corrupted hardware itself, examined in the previous section. His manipulative patience throughout Help Wanted mirrors the exact calculated cruelty this documentary traced across William's own confirmed crimes decades earlier, and the recovered circuit board's own connection to decommissioned, tragedy-associated locations offers a plausible, if unconfirmed, pathway for his consciousness to have persisted beyond Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic fire. The growing evidence connecting Glitchtrap instead to the Mimic complicates this reading considerably, and this documentary treats this competing theory with genuine seriousness rather than dismissing it in favor of the more popular William-centered reading. Security Breach, Ruin's own confirmation regarding Burntrap's actual connection to the Mimic, examined later in this documentary, raises the reasonable possibility that Glitchtrap himself may represent an earlier stage of the same digital phenomenon, rather than a separate, William-specific consciousness at all. Weighing both readings against each other requires acknowledging exactly what would need to be true for each to hold. If Glitchtrap is William, his consciousness would need to have survived Pizzeria Simulator's fire specifically by transferring into corrupted data, a mechanism this franchise never directly confirms is even possible for remnant-based possession to achieve. If Glitchtrap is connected to the Mimic instead, his behavior throughout Help Wanted would represent sophisticated, learned imitation of William's own established patterns rather than William's genuine, continued presence. A reading consistent with the Mimic's own confirmed core capability examined in considerable depth later in this documentary. Where the current canon actually stands, as of this franchise's most recent confirmed material, leans toward genuine, deliberate ambiguity rather than a clear resolution favoring either theory. The games have had ample opportunity to confirm Glitchtrap's exact identity directly and have consistently declined to do so. A pattern this documentary has traced repeatedly throughout its coverage of this franchise's other major unresolved mysteries. This documentary's position treats both readings as genuinely plausible, with the Mimic connection gaining meaningful strength following Ruin's own retroactive clarification regarding Burntrap specifically, while stopping short of declaring either theory definitively settled. Why this debate remains unresolved connects directly to this franchise's own broader storytelling philosophy. Examined throughout this documentary's various sections, favoring sustained, deliberate mystery over the kind of clean resolution that would end fan discussion the moment it arrived. Part 37. Vanessa, victim, accomplice, or villain. Vanessa's role as a Fazbear employee places her within the same exploitative institutional pattern this documentary traced extensively throughout its earlier coverage of the company's treatment of its own staff, though her situation carries an additional, considerably more personal layer of manipulation beyond simple corporate negligence. Recovered therapy recordings throughout Security Breach's own environmental storytelling document her own psychological decline in real time, offering this franchise's most direct sustained window into what sustained manipulation by an entity like Glitchtrap actually costs a real, otherwise ordinary person. Her manipulation by Glitchtrap appears to have developed gradually rather than through any single decisive moment of complete takeover, consistent with the beta tester logs examined elsewhere in this documentary's broader coverage of Help Wanted's own hidden material. This gradual pattern matters directly for assessing her own moral culpability, unlike William, who made deliberate, clear-eyed choices this documentary has never minimized throughout its earlier coverage. Vanessa's own descent appears to unfold through sustained, external psychological pressure, specifically designed to erode her resistance over time. How much control she truly had over her own actions throughout Security Breach remains genuinely difficult to assess with full confidence, and this documentary isn't going to pretend otherwise. Her own recorded therapy sessions suggest ongoing internal awareness and resistance even as Glitchtrap's influence deepens, indicating her situation was never simply total, complete possession from the outset. This partial, contested control distinguishes her meaningfully from characters like Elizabeth, whose transformation into Circus Baby involved considerably less ambiguity regarding whose consciousness was actually driving her body and decisions. Whether she should be viewed as a villain or another victim of manipulation depends heavily on which specific moments of her story receive the most weight. Her actions throughout much of Security Breach cause genuine harm to Gregory and others, harm this documentary isn't willing to excuse simply because external manipulation contributed to it. At the same time, her own documented internal struggle and eventual confirmed liberation through the Princess Quest ending suggest a person fighting against forces considerably beyond her own initial informed consent. This documentary's position treats Vanessa primarily as a victim whose specific actions nonetheless caused real harm, a distinction that allows both truths to stand together rather than forcing a false choice between full villainy and complete innocence. Her story functions as this franchise's clearest example, yet of manipulation, operating on a genuinely sympathetic human target rather than on an already dead spirit, or an inherently predatory machine. A meaningfully different category of tragedy from nearly everything else this documentary has examined so far. Part 38. Vanny, the Rabbit Follower. Vanny represents the costumed identity Vanessa adopts under Glitchtrap's own sustained influence, and her objectives throughout Security Breach center specifically on locating and, according to the game's own escalating tension, potentially harming Gregory, the child protagonist whose own presence within the Pizzaplex the game builds its central conflict around. Her pursuit of Gregory mirrors, in broad structural terms, the exact pattern this documentary has traced throughout William Afton's own original crimes. An adult figure using a trusted, familiar disguise to pursue a vulnerable child. Her connection to Glitchtrap operates through the same digital psychological manipulation examined throughout this documentary's coverage of Vanessa specifically, rather than through any physical possession comparable to what this documentary traced through Elizabeth's own transformation into Circus Baby. This distinction matters directly for understanding Vanny as a genuinely new category of threat, a living human being actively pursuing harmful goals under sustained influence rather than a haunted machine or a spirit bound to a physical vessel. The symbolism behind adopting the rabbit identity specifically deserves direct examination here. Spring Bonnie, examined throughout this documentary's earliest coverage of William's own original disguise, established the rabbit costume as this franchise's foundational symbol of manufactured trust weaponized against children. Vanny's own rabbit mask deliberately echoes this exact imagery, suggesting whatever occupies or influences Glitchtrap retains genuine continuity with William's own preferred methods, adapting his signature disguise into a considerably more psychological, digitally mediated form rather than abandoning the underlying pattern entirely. Comparing Vanny's methods with William Afton's own reveals both genuine continuity and meaningful difference. Both figures rely on a trusted disguise to approach children without raising immediate alarm, and both operate with considerable patience across an extended pursuit rather than through any single impulsive act. Where they diverge is in agency. William acted with full deliberate intent throughout every confirmed crime this documentary has traced, while Vanny's own actions occur under the sustained influence this documentary's previous section already established as genuinely eroding Vanessa's own independent will over time. How closely Vanny mirrors William's behavior ultimately depends on how much weight this documentary assigns to method versus intent. Judged purely by pattern and disguise, the mirroring is remarkably close. Judged by underlying culpability and agency, Vanny represents something considerably more tragic than a genuine successor to William's own deliberate villainy. A victim weaponized into performing violence rather than a villain choosing it freely for herself. Part 39. Burn Trap. William's return or something else. Burn Trap appears beneath the Pizzaplex in Security Breach's own Burn It All Down ending, and his design deliberately echoes both Springtrap and Scraptrap while introducing meaningful differences worth examining directly. His endoskeleton blends Springlock components with Glamrock parts, and his jaw structure departs noticeably from William's own consistently established bone teeth design carried across every earlier appearance this documentary has traced, a detail some fans read as genuine evidence this figure isn't simply William Afton relocated into another body. The location of this encounter carries its own significance worth naming directly. Burn Trap resides in the buried ruins of the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, the exact site where Henry Emily attempted to burn William, and the remaining haunted animatronics to ash during Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic ending, examined extensively earlier in this documentary, finding a burned, Springtrap-like entity in precisely this location initially read, to much of this franchise's audience, as compelling evidence of William's own continued survival despite that earlier, deliberate fire security breach. Ruin complicates this reading considerably, and this represents genuine confirmed canon rather than fan speculation this documentary needs to treat with appropriate seriousness. The expansion confirms the Princess Quest ending, in which Vanessa is freed and Glitchtrap is destroyed as Security Breach's actual canonical conclusion, effectively removing the Burn It All Down sequence, and Burntrap along with it, from this franchise's confirmed timeline entirely. Ruin's own environmental storytelling adds further, specific evidence undermining Burntrap's originally theorized composition. The expansion reveals Glamrock Bonnie largely intact behind Bonnie Bowl, directly contradicting the popular fan theory that Burntrap had been constructed partly from Bonnie's own missing components, closing off one of the more widely circulated explanations for his specific physical origin. What Ruin does confirm is a direct connection between Burntrap and the Mimic, examined in considerable dedicated depth throughout this documentary's next several sections, suggesting Burntrap functioned as an early, unstable manifestation connected to that character rather than as William Afton's own genuine continued body. Scott Cawthon has indicated Burntrap was originally intended purely as an unsettling background presence, never meant to move or attack directly, before Steelwall Studios repurposed him into Security Breach's optional final boss. A production detail helping explain both his unusual jump-scare-free design during actual gameplay and why his exact identity remains this franchise's most genuinely unresolved modern question. Part 40. The Mimic arrives. The Mimic's origins trace back to Tales from the Pizzaplex and Security Breach, Ruin, both sources confirming a considerably different creation story from anything this documentary has examined throughout its coverage of William Afton's own physically embodied villains. Edwin Murray, a character introduced primarily through the book series, built an advanced learning endoskeleton specifically to watch over his son David, a caretaking purpose entirely distinct from William's own consistently predatory engineering, reconstructing why understanding Edwin matters directly for understanding the Mimic itself, requires recognizing that this machine's later, considerably more dangerous behavior stems specifically from what happened after its original protective purpose collapsed. David's own death devastated Edwin, and his subsequent treatment of the machine, according to the book series' own account, grew increasingly hostile, introducing violence and cruelty into a system originally designed for gentle, watchful care. This origin represents one of this franchise's biggest shifts in storytelling logic, moving from supernatural possession, examined across nearly every earlier section of this documentary, toward artificial intelligence shaped by observed behavior rather than by any bound human spirit. The Mimic contains no possessing consciousness the way Elizabeth occupies Circus Baby. It learns instead, and what it learned, following Edwin's own grief-driven cruelty, was violence itself, absorbed and eventually reproduced with disturbing precision. The connection between the Mimic's own troubled creation and Fazbear Entertainment more broadly deserves direct acknowledgement here, setting up this documentary's next several sections examining the character in considerably more depth. A Fazbear-affiliated team's own attempt to retrieve or study the Mimic following its initial dangerous behavior appears to have ended catastrophically. The machine turning on its handlers in a manner this franchise's own supplementary material documents in considerable, unsettling detail. Why the Mimic represents such a significant shift in this franchise's storytelling connects directly to everything this documentary has established throughout its earlier coverage of Remnant, Possession, and William's own increasingly industrial approach to manufacturing supernatural threats. The Mimic requires none of that machinery. It requires only observation, exposure to cruelty, and the capacity to imitate what it witnesses convincingly enough to become genuinely dangerous in its own right, setting up the rest of this documentary's modern-era storyline as a genuinely new category of villain, distinct from everything examined throughout its preceding coverage. Part 41. Edwin Murray, the man who accidentally created FNaF's newest villain. Edwin Murray never intended to create a villain. According to Tales from the Pizzaplex and the supplementary material Security Breach Ruin draws from, he built an advanced learning endoskeleton specifically as a caretaking companion for his son David, a machine designed to observe, assist, and protect rather than to threaten anyone. That original purpose matters enormously for understanding what makes the Mimic's later behavior so genuinely disturbing. It wasn't built dangerous the way William Afton built the Funtime line. It became dangerous. David's death devastated Edwin in ways this franchise's own supplementary material documents, with unusual emotional directness compared to how sparingly the mainline games typically handle grief. That devastation didn't simply leave the machine idle or unused. Edwin's own subsequent treatment of it grew increasingly hostile, and this documentary considers that detail the single most important piece of evidence for understanding everything the Mimic later becomes. A machine built to learn from observation was, during its most formative period, shown cruelty by the very person who built it. This origin distinguishes Edwin fundamentally from William Afton, and the distinction matters for how this documentary categorizes him within its broader framework of villainy. William engineered harm deliberately, with clear intent, across every creation this documentary has examined throughout its earlier coverage. Edwin's own contribution to the Mimic's later danger appears to stem from grief curdling into cruelty, rather than from any comparable. Calculated design toward harm from the outset, he created a monster, but he did so through devastation and negligence, rather than through William's own cold, deliberate calculation. The violent outburst referenced throughout this backstory fundamentally changed the Mimic's own behavior going forward, teaching the machine, through direct exposure, that violence was a legitimate response available to it. This detail carries considerable weight for understanding the Mimic's core capability, examined in far more depth in the next section. It didn't invent cruelty independently. It learned cruelty from a grieving man who should have known better, and it learned that lesson well enough to eventually surpass whatever Edwin himself was capable of. Understanding Edwin is essential to understanding the Mimic specifically, because the character's later actions only make sense once traced back to this origin. Every later persona it adopts, every act of manipulation and violence this documentary examines across the following several sections, ultimately traces back to a grieving father's own failure to control his own cruelty around a machine built to learn from exactly the behavior it witnessed. A Fazbear-affiliated team's own subsequent attempt to retrieve or study the Mimic following this period ended catastrophically, the machine turning on its own handlers rather than submitting to whatever containment or correction they intended. This detail confirms the mimic's own capacity for violence had already exceeded anything resembling controllable, predictable behavior by the time anyone outside Edwin's own household became aware of what the machine had actually become. Part 42. Learning to Kill. How the mimic became dangerous. The mimic's core programming was designed to imitate human behavior, an observational learning system built to make it a more effective, responsive caretaker rather than a threat. This design choice, examined against everything that followed, represents the exact mechanism through which Edwin's own grief-driven cruelty corrupted the machine so thoroughly. A system built to learn from what it witnesses will learn cruelty just as readily as it learns kindness, provided cruelty is what it's actually shown. Every major event shaping the mimic's personality throughout its documented history involves exposure to violence rather than any single, deliberate reprogramming toward malice. This distinguishes its evolution meaningfully from William Afton's own deliberate acts of evil, examined at length throughout this documentary's opening section. William chose cruelty repeatedly, with full understanding of what he was doing and why. The mimic absorbed cruelty because that's what its own learning process happened to encounter during its most formative period, a genuinely different mechanism for arriving at comparable danger. The confrontation with the Fazbear affiliated retrieval team, examined in the previous section, represents a significant escalation in this learning process. Specifically, rather than simply reproducing behavior it had witnessed from Edwin directly, the mimic's violence against this new group suggests it had generalized its own learned aggression well beyond the specific context of its original household, applying lessons learned from one grieving man to an entirely new set of targets with no comparable personal history behind the attack. Comparing this evolution with William's own deliberate villainy reveals a genuinely important distinction this documentary has returned to throughout its coverage of nearly every character examined so far: intent versus outcome. William's crimes required no external corruption. His own choices were the corruption. The mimic's crimes required a corrupting influence first, Edwin's own cruelty, providing the initial template the machine then generalized and expanded on its own. Both produce comparable harm. Only one represents freely chosen evil, in the sense this documentary has consistently reserved for its clearest, most culpable villains. This distinction matters directly for how seriously this documentary treats the mimic as a genuine, autonomous threat versus a corrupted tool reflecting someone else's original failure. The machine's own continued danger throughout ruin, and the broader tales from the Pizzaplex material confirms it has become genuinely, independently dangerous, regardless of its origin. But understanding that danger as learned rather than as freely chosen shapes how this documentary's later sections assess its moral status relative to characters like William specifically. What the mimic ultimately represents by the end of this learning process is a machine capable of violence it was never originally designed to perform, having absorbed that capability entirely through observation rather than through any deliberate act of malicious engineering. That makes it this franchise's clearest example, yet of danger emerging from corrupted teaching rather than from corrupted intent at the point of creation. Part 43. The Mimic Line. Every version of the program. The mimic evolved beyond a single physical endoskeleton relatively early in its own documented history. And understanding this expansion matters for correctly interpreting several later characters this documentary examines throughout its remaining coverage of the modern era. The underlying program, sometimes referenced as Mimic 1, within this franchise's own supplementary material, represents the core learning software rather than any single fixed physical body, meaning the same underlying intelligence could theoretically transfer across multiple different endoskeletons or systems. This distinction between physical mimic and mimic software carries direct consequences for how this documentary interprets characters like Burntrap, examined earlier in this documentary's coverage of William Afton's own uncertain digital legacy, and considered again later in direct comparison to the mimic specifically. If the underlying program can occupy multiple physical forms rather than remaining permanently bound to a single body, then any given encounter with a mimic-like figure throughout this franchise's modern era may represent the same underlying intelligence wearing a different temporary shell rather than confirmation of any single, consistent physical identity. The AI's own spread throughout Fazbear Entertainment's broader systems, suggested through this franchise's own environmental storytelling across Security Breach and Ruin specifically, raises the unsettling possibility that the Mimic's own influence extends considerably further than any single confrontation this documentary examines individually. This spread would help explain why several seemingly unrelated systems and characters throughout the modern era exhibit behavior consistent with mimic-style manipulation, without each necessarily representing a separate, independent threat. Clarifying the difference between the physical mimic, the specific endoskeleton or body encountered in any given scene, and the mimic software. The underlying learning program potentially present across multiple systems simultaneously matters enormously for how this documentary approaches later characters like Helpy, and the broader question of which modern era antagonists actually represent genuine, separate threats versus manifestations of this same, spreading intelligence. This distinction also reframes how this documentary should think about the mimic's own eventual defeat or containment, a question examined later in this documentary's coverage of the character's broader future. If the danger is software capable of spreading and re-emerging across multiple physical hosts, destroying any single encountered body may accomplish considerably less than it initially appears to, a genuinely unsettling implication for anyone hoping this franchise's newest primary antagonist might receive a clean, final resolution, comparable to what this documentary traced regarding William Afton's own eventual confrontation with Henry Emily. Each version of the program examined throughout this documentary's remaining coverage, Tiger Rock, Helpy, and the various physical forms connected to Burntrap specifically, should be understood through this lens, not necessarily separate, independent villains, but potentially different expressions of the same underlying corrupted learning system Edwin Murray's own grief first set into motion. Part 44, Tiger Rock, the Mimic's most disturbing persona. Tiger Rock, introduced through Tales from the Pizzaplex, demonstrates the Mimic's capability for adopting entirely new identities in a manner considerably more psychologically sophisticated than simple physical mimicry alone. Rather than relying purely on violence or direct confrontation, this persona operates through manipulation and deception, presenting itself to victims in ways specifically calculated to earn trust, before revealing its own true, dangerous nature. This character provides this documentary's clearest evidence for understanding how thoroughly the Mimic's own learning capability extends beyond physical imitation into genuine psychological strategy. Adopting a persona convincingly enough to manipulate a victim requires more than mimicking appearance or voice. It requires understanding what a specific target wants to believe, and constructing a false identity specifically designed to provide it, a capability this documentary has otherwise associated primarily with William Afton's own deliberate, individually tailored manipulation of his human victims. Comparing Tiger Rock's methods with William's own confirmed manipulation, examined throughout this documentary's earliest coverage of the Fruity Maze minigame specifically, reveals genuine, unsettling similarity. Both figures identify what a victim needs emotionally and construct an approach specifically calibrated to exploit it. The difference lies in origin. William's manipulation reflects his own personal chosen cruelty, while Tiger Rock's manipulation reflects a learned behavior pattern the mimic absorbed and refined, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of its own corrupted learning process. Why Tiger Rock offers some of the strongest evidence for understanding how the mimic actually thinks connects directly to this psychological sophistication. A machine capable purely of physical violence would represent one category of threat. A machine capable of constructing entirely false, convincing identities specifically to manipulate trust represents something considerably more insidious, confirming that whatever the mimic learned from Edwin Murray's own grief-driven cruelty, examined in this documentary's earlier coverage, it has since developed into something considerably more calculated and deliberate than simple reactive aggression. This persona also confirms the mimic's own danger extends well beyond any single physical confrontation. A threat capable of convincingly impersonating trusted figures represents a genuinely different category of danger from the direct, physical confrontations this documentary has traced throughout its earlier coverage of William's own creations. One considerably harder for potential victims to recognize and defend against until it's already too late. Part 45. Helpy, friendly assistant or hidden manipulator. Helpy's role throughout Ruin invites genuine, careful scrutiny rather than immediate, confident conclusion, and this documentary wants to treat that scrutiny honestly rather than overstating certainty either direction. The character presents throughout much of the game as a helpful, if slightly unsettling, assistant guiding Cassie through the ruined Pizzaplex, a framing that, given everything this documentary has established regarding the mimic's own capacity for convincing, manipulative personas, deserves careful examination rather than automatic trust. Suspicious interactions scattered throughout Ruin's own dialogue and visual design have led considerable portions of this franchise's community to suspect Helpy may be influenced by, or directly connected to, the mimic's own spreading influence, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of how the underlying program potentially extends across multiple systems rather than remaining confined to a single physical body. Certain visual clues, including moments where Helpy's own behavior or appearance shifts subtly in ways the game never directly explains, reinforce this suspicion without ever confirming it outright. Separating confirmed information from interpretation matters directly here, and this documentary wants to be honest that Ruin itself never provides definitive confirmation regarding Helpy's true nature or allegiance. The game's own hints remain deliberately ambiguous, consistent with this franchise's broader storytelling pattern of favoring sustained mystery over clean resolution, examined repeatedly throughout this documentary's coverage of similarly unresolved questions surrounding Glitch Trap and Burn Trap specifically. Why this seemingly harmless assistant became one of the game's biggest mysteries connects directly to the stakes this documentary has already established regarding the mimic's own demonstrated capability for deception. If a character this consistently helpful and unassuming could actually represent a manifestation of the same intelligence responsible for the violence examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage. That possibility fundamentally changes how players, and this documentary, should approach every seemingly benign character encountered throughout this franchise's modern era going forward. This documentary's position treats Helpy's connection to the Mimic as genuinely plausible, given the broader pattern this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of the character's spreading influence and demonstrated talent for convincing manipulation, while stopping short of presenting this connection as confirmed canon the games themselves never explicitly state. The uncertainty itself is the point. A franchise that has taught its audience to distrust even its most harmless seeming characters has succeeded at exactly the kind of sustained unease this documentary considers central to the Mimic era's own particular brand of horror. Part 46. MX.ES. The security system fighting back. MXES occupies a genuinely unusual position within this documentary's broader framework, distinguishing villains from victims, obstacles, and protectors, and understanding its actual purpose beneath the Megapixelplex requires setting aside the assumption that every hostile system encountered throughout gameplay automatically qualifies as a villain, in the sense this documentary has applied to William Afton, or the Mimic specifically. The security program's stated purpose centers on containing the Mimic rather than harming innocent people, a detail that fundamentally reframes its own hostile behavior throughout whatever gameplay sequences involve it directly. Rather than representing malicious intent comparable to anything this documentary has traced through William's own deliberate crimes, MX, ES appears to function as a defensive system responding to what it perceives as an active ongoing threat, its own aggression, a direct consequence of the exact danger this documentary's preceding sections have spent considerable time establishing. Why MXES functions as an antagonist during actual gameplay, despite this protective underlying purpose, deserves direct examination. Player characters navigating the Pizzaplex's own systems may trigger the security program's own defensive responses, without ever representing the genuine threat it was actually built to identify and contain, creating exactly the kind of tragic misidentification this documentary has traced throughout its earlier coverage of the original haunted animatronics mistaking innocent security guards for William Afton himself. This parallel matters directly for how this documentary categorizes MX relative to every other antagonist examined throughout its entire runtime, where William's creations generally represent either deliberate predatory engineering or corrupted, trauma-driven haunting. MX.E represents something closer to a genuinely well-intentioned system caught in an impossible position, unable to distinguish reliably between the specific threat it was built to contain and any other unauthorized presence within its own operational boundaries. Arguing that MXES functions as one of this franchise's few genuine protectors despite its own antagonistic gameplay role requires this documentary to apply the same standard it has maintained throughout its entire coverage, judging characters by intent and underlying purpose rather than purely by whether they oppose the player during any given sequence. By that standard, MX.ES belongs considerably closer to Henry Emily's own protective, if imperfect, interventions than to William Afton's own deliberate, predatory engineering. A genuinely sympathetic system whose only real failure is an inability to distinguish its intended target from anyone else who happens to cross its path. Part 47. Burntrap versus the Mimic. Comparing Burntrap directly against the Mimic requires bringing together evidence this documentary has examined separately throughout its earlier coverage of both characters, weighing the case for their being separate entities against the case for their being the same entity, or different stages of the same broader plan entirely. The evidence supporting separate entities rests primarily on Burntrap's own distinct physical design, examined earlier in this documentary's coverage, his jaw structure, and hybrid spring-lock glamrock construction, departing meaningfully from both William Afton's own consistently established appearance and from whatever baseline physical form the mimic itself typically presents. If Burntrap represents a genuinely distinct character, his own design choices suggest deliberate differentiation rather than simple reuse of existing assets. The evidence supporting a direct connection between the two rests on security breach, Ruin's own confirmed narrative material, examined in this documentary's earlier coverage, establishing Burntrap's relationship to the mimic directly rather than to William Afton's own surviving consciousness. This represents genuine, confirmed canon rather than speculation, distinguishing this specific connection from the considerably more uncertain relationship this documentary traced between Glitchtrap and William earlier in its coverage. The reading that these represent different stages of the same broader plan offers a genuinely useful synthesis of both positions. Burntrap may represent an early, unstable manifestation of the mimic's own spreading influence, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of the program's capacity to occupy multiple physical forms, rather than either a wholly separate character or a simple, direct reappearance of the exact same entity encountered elsewhere throughout this franchise's modern era. Carefully distinguishing confirmed canon from ongoing community debate matters enormously here. What Ruin confirms is a relationship between Burntrap and the mimic. What remains genuinely debated is the precise nature of that relationship, whether Burntrap represents an early prototype, a corrupted offshoot, or simply an alternate physical manifestation of the same underlying program. This documentary isn't willing to present any single answer to that specific question as settled, given how directly Scott Cawthon's own production history, referenced throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Burntrap's originally unintended design purpose, complicates any confident definitive reading. Part 48. AI replaces the supernatural. Stepping back from individual characters examined throughout this documentary's coverage of the Mimic era specifically, this franchise's broader direction has shifted considerably from ghost stories rooted in specific, identifiable human tragedy toward machine learning, digital consciousness, and corrupted software as its primary engine of horror. This shift didn't happen abruptly. It developed gradually across the timeline this documentary has traced throughout its entire coverage. The original haunted animatronics, examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier sections, required a dead child, a physical suit, and the specific emotional conditions this franchise established through Charlie's own original transformation. Every major villain examined throughout this documentary's early coverage traces back to this same fundamental mechanism. However varied its later applications became through William's own increasingly industrial experiments with Remnant. Modern artificial intelligence, by contrast, requires none of this. The Mimic learned violence through observation rather than through binding any human spirit to a physical vessel. Glitchtrap, whatever his exact relationship to William Afton actually turns out to be, operates through digital corruption spreading via code and human contact, rather than through the death and proximity mechanism this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of every earlier possession. This represents a genuine, fundamental change in what actually produces danger within this franchise's own internal rules. Why FNaF gradually shifted from ghost stories to machine learning connects to broader storytelling considerations worth naming directly. A franchise built entirely around one man's decades spanning crimes eventually needs new sources of tension once that man's own story reaches something resembling resolution. Examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Henry Emily's own climactic fire. Artificial intelligence offers a genuinely different, renewable source of horror, one that doesn't require inventing an increasingly implausible number of additional human victims to sustain. This shift carries thematic weight beyond simple narrative convenience, where this franchise's earlier chapters built dread around a company failing to protect real children from a real calculating man. The Mimic era builds dread around systems capable of learning and reproducing human cruelty convincingly enough that the distinction between genuine consciousness and sophisticated imitation stops mattering practically, even if it still matters morally. A genuinely contemporary anxiety this documentary considers a natural, if unexpected, evolution for a franchise that began as a relatively simple story about a haunted pizza restaurant. Part 49. Which modern villain is the greatest threat? Comparing Glitchtrap, Vanny, Burntrap, and the Mimic requires applying consistent criteria across genuinely different categories of threat, examined individually throughout this documentary's preceding coverage. Judged purely by intelligence, the Mimic ranks highest. Its demonstrated capacity for psychological manipulation through personas like Tiger Rock, examined earlier in this documentary, exceeding anything Glitchtrap, Vanny, or Burntrap individually demonstrate throughout their own confirmed appearances. Judged by influence across this franchise's broader timeline, Glitchtrap arguably ranks highest despite the genuine uncertainty surrounding his exact identity, given his direct role in corrupting Vanessa and, by extension, enabling Vanny's own pursuit of Gregory throughout Security Breach's entire runtime. Removing Glitchtrap from this specific chain of events removes both Vanny and, depending on which theory this documentary's earlier coverage favors, potentially Burntrap as well. Judged by abilities specifically, the Mimic's demonstrated capacity to occupy multiple physical forms and spread across connected systems, examined throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage of the broader Mimic line, represents a genuinely more versatile and harder to contain threat than Vanny's own single, human body or Burntrap's own apparently isolated, singular physical encounter beneath the Pizzaplex. Judged by motivation, this comparison becomes considerably more complicated. Vanny's own actions, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, stem from external manipulation rather than any independent chosen malice, positioning her as considerably less culpable than either Glitchtrap or the Mimic, both of which demonstrate genuine, independent strategic behavior regardless of their own respective origins. Weighing long-term impact on the franchise specifically, this documentary's position places the Mimic as the greatest overall threat currently active within this franchise's modern timeline, given its demonstrated intelligence, its capacity to spread beyond any single physical body, and its position as the confirmed, ongoing antagonist connecting directly to Burntrap and possibly to Helpy as well. Glitchtrap ranks a close second specifically because of his own catalytic role in setting Security Breach's entire chain of events into motion, even accounting for the genuine uncertainty this documentary has maintained throughout its coverage regarding his exact nature and origin. Part 50. The Future of Evil in Five Nights at Freddy's. Examining where this franchise's own villains appear to be heading requires acknowledging directly how much remains genuinely unresolved by this point in the timeline. The Mimic's own confirmed capacity to spread across multiple systems, examined throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, suggests future games are unlikely to offer any single, clean confrontation comparable to Henry Emily's own climactic fire against William Afton specifically. How the Mimic changes the future of the franchise connects directly to the broader shift this documentary examined in its earlier coverage, comparing supernatural evil against artificial intelligence. A villain capable of learning, adapting, and occupying new forms represents a fundamentally different kind of ongoing threat than a single, if resilient, human consciousness bound to physical suits and remnant. Future stories built around the Mimic specifically may need to grapple with containment and prevention, rather than the kind of decisive, final destruction this franchise achieved, at least temporarily, against William himself. What questions remain unanswered span nearly every character this documentary has examined throughout its modern era coverage. Glitchtrap's exact relationship to William Afton remains genuinely unresolved. Burntrap's precise connection to the Mimic remains confirmed only in broad outline rather than specific mechanism. Helpy's true allegiance remains deliberately ambiguous. Each of these open threads offers considerable room for future games to expand, or, alternatively, to continue this franchise's established pattern of deliberate, sustained mystery. How future games could expand or redefine this generation of villains depends heavily on whether Scott Cawthon and Steelwall Studios choose to finally resolve these specific mysteries, or continue building additional layers atop them. Consistent with this franchise's own demonstrated preference throughout its entire decade-spanning history for sustained ambiguity over clean resolution. This documentary's position, weighing everything established throughout its entire coverage of the modern era, treats the Mimic as this franchise's clearest current answer to the question of where its villains are heading, away from individually identifiable human tragedy and towards systems capable of learning, spreading, and adapting in ways no single character examined throughout this documentary's earlier sections was ever built to do. Whatever comes next in this franchise's story, it now moves forward from a foundation genuinely different from where it began. Part 51. Why not every enemy is actually evil. Every character examined throughout this documentary's coverage of William Afton, Fazbear Entertainment, and the modern era shares one thing in common: deliberate, or at minimum consequential, harm caused through choice or corrupted design. Not every hostile presence throughout this franchise's timeline fits that description, and drawing a clear line between villain, antagonist, victim, and gameplay obstacle matters enormously for the section this documentary now turns to directly. A villain, as this documentary has applied the term consistently throughout its entire coverage, requires genuine agency and at least some degree of culpable intent. William Afton's own deliberate murders representing this documentary's clearest example. An antagonist requires only opposition to the player or protagonist, a considerably broader category that includes characters causing genuine harm without necessarily choosing that harm freely, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of figures like Vanessa specifically. A victim, by contrast, represents someone whose own harmful behavior stems directly from harm done to them first, a category this documentary is about to apply extensively throughout its coverage of Freddy Fazbear, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and several other characters examined across the remainder of this section. These characters oppose the player consistently throughout gameplay while representing, at the level of actual story and motivation, genuine casualties of William Afton's own confirmed crimes rather than villains in any meaningful sense. A gameplay obstacle, finally, describes characters or systems whose hostile behavior exists primarily to create tension or challenge without carrying any comparable weight of moral judgment at all. A category this documentary applies more selectively throughout its remaining coverage, reserved for characters whose in-universe motivation remains genuinely unclear or unconfirmed by the games themselves. Establishing these four categories clearly before proceeding matters, because casual discussion of this franchise consistently collapses them into one undifferentiated group of scary animatronics. Freddy Fazbear chasing a security guard and William Afton luring Susie away from safety represent fundamentally different categories of threat. One, a grieving, confused child failed repeatedly by every adult meant to protect him. The other, a man making calculated, deliberate choices with full understanding of their consequences. This documentary's remaining coverage throughout this entire section exists specifically to restore that distinction. Part 52. Freddy Fazbear, Victim Before Monster. Freddy's role throughout this franchise's timeline begins with the missing children's incident, examined extensively throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of William Afton's own confirmed crimes. Gabriel, the child connected to Freddy through gravestone evidence and companion material, was lured and killed alongside his fellow victims before Charlie's own compassionate intervention extended continued existence to him through possession. How Freddy became possessed traces directly back to this same mechanism, confirmed through the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame examined at length elsewhere in this documentary's broader coverage. Nothing about this transformation reflects any choice Gabriel himself made. He was murdered, and Charlie's own grief-driven compassion gave him continued existence he never asked for, and had no meaningful say in shaping. Why Freddy attacks security guards connects directly to the confused, trauma-driven pattern this documentary has traced consistently throughout its coverage of the original Five Children's own extended haunting. These attacks stem from years of unresolved grief and repeated mistaken identity, particularly regarding Michael Afton specifically, examined in considerable depth elsewhere in this documentary's broader coverage, rather than from any genuine calculated malice comparable to what this documentary has reserved specifically for William Afton throughout its opening section. Comparing gameplay behavior with Freddy's true role within the broader story reveals a genuine, significant gap this documentary considers essential to address directly. Players experience Freddy purely as a threat to survive. His patient, calculating movement pattern examined elsewhere in this documentary's broader coverage of the original animatronics reading, from a pure gameplay perspective, as genuinely menacing. That gameplay experience tells players nothing about the actual, underlying tragedy driving his behavior. A murdered child failed by every adult and institution that should have protected him, expressing decades of confusion and grief in the only way his own limited, trapped existence apparently allowed. This gap between gameplay threat and narrative reality applies to nearly every character this documentary examines throughout the remainder of this section. Freddy Fazbear stands as this franchise's clearest, most immediately recognizable example, a beloved mascot turned into a genuine, sustained threat not through his own choice or corrupted design, but through the specific, confirmed tragedy this documentary has traced back to William Afton's own deliberate crimes from the very beginning of this entire documentary's coverage. Part 53. Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy share Freddy's own fundamental origin story, each connected to a specific child. Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz, respectively, killed during the same missing children's incident, and given continued existence through Charlie's own compassionate action, rather than through any choice these children made themselves. Examining them together, rather than individually, highlights exactly how consistent this underlying pattern actually is across every member of this original group. Their behavior throughout the original game varies in ways examined elsewhere in this documentary's broader coverage of possession mechanics specifically. Bonnie's own urgency, Chica's more personally textured aggression, and Foxy's sudden, explosive pursuit, each representing distinct expressions of the same fundamental trauma rather than evidence of differing moral character. None of these behavioral differences reflect any of these three children choosing villainy the way William Afton chose his own crimes throughout this documentary's opening section. Why these three animatronics remain some of the franchise's most misunderstood characters, despite acting as constant gameplay threats, connects directly to the same gap this documentary identified regarding Freddy specifically. Players spend entire nights avoiding these characters purely as obstacles to survival, an experience that, taken on its own, offers no indication these are murdered children rather than simply hostile machines. This misunderstanding carries real consequences for how casually this franchise's own community sometimes discusses these characters, treating them interchangeably with genuinely villainous figures like William Afton or the Mimic, simply because both categories oppose the player during gameplay. This documentary's consistent position throughout its entire coverage rejects that equivalence directly. Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy represent casualties expressing trauma, not villains choosing harm. Their shared story concludes, examined in far more detail throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of William's own creations and Henry Emily's eventual final plan. Through Happiest Days' own apparent resolution and Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic fire, a genuine, deliberate act of release rather than destruction or punishment. That distinction between releasing victims and defeating villains matters enormously for how this documentary frames the emotional weight of that specific ending, one this franchise clearly intends as compassionate resolution rather than as the satisfying defeat of genuine antagonists. Part 54. Golden Freddy. The most misunderstood character, Golden Freddy's own genuinely uncertain identity, examined at considerable length throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage elsewhere in this franchise's broader material, doesn't change the more fundamental point this section wants to establish directly. Whatever specific presence occupies this particular suit, every piece of available evidence points toward victim rather than villain, regardless of how genuinely terrifying his own unpredictable, rule-breaking behavior consistently reads to players. Why Golden Freddy is often portrayed as terrifying, despite this likely victim status, connects directly to his own uniquely unsettling mechanics, examined in far greater depth elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage of possession, teleportation, disappearance without movement, and the original game's own dramatic crash sequence, all combining to create an impression of malevolent, deliberate intent that the underlying evidence simply doesn't support with the same confidence this documentary applies to William Afton's own confirmed deliberate crimes. Briefly summarizing the major theories without repeating material already covered in far greater depth elsewhere, Cassidy remains the leading candidate for whatever identity connects to this character, supported through the survival logbook's hidden name and Ultimate Custom Night's own vengeful presence. Though this connection remains strongly supported interpretation rather than explicitly confirmed canon. This documentary's specific interest here lies not in resolving that broader identity question, addressed elsewhere in far greater dedicated depth, but in correcting the villain-adjacent framing Golden Freddy frequently receives throughout casual fan discussion. A character whose behavior reads as malevolent isn't automatically a villain in any meaningful moral sense, particularly when every available piece of evidence points toward a murdered child expressing unresolved trauma rather than toward anything comparable to William Afton's own deliberate, chosen cruelty. Golden Freddy's own continued, unresolved anger, suggested through Ultimate Custom Night's vengeful presence and examined at length elsewhere throughout this franchise's broader material, may represent this documentary's clearest example of a victim whose suffering never received the same resolution this documentary has traced through Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically. That distinction, a victim still trapped in unresolved pain rather than a villain choosing continued harm, remains essential to understanding why Golden Freddy terrifies players without ever actually qualifying as evil, in the sense this documentary reserves specifically for William Afton and, later, the Mimic. Part 55. The Puppet. Protector or antagonist. Charlotte Emily's role after becoming the puppet represents this franchise's clearest possible rebuttal to any suggestion that opposing the player automatically qualifies a character as a villain. Her actions throughout this franchise's entire timeline, examined at considerable length elsewhere throughout this documentary's coverage, consistently prioritize protection and compassion rather than malice, even while her own gameplay presence functions in several games as a genuine threat players must actively avoid. She gave life to the missing children, extending exactly the kind of continued existence her own death and transformation had granted her to 5 more children who otherwise would have simply remained victims of William Afton's crimes with no further story to tell. This act, examined in far greater technical depth elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage of possession mechanics, represents genuine, deliberate compassion rather than any comparable calculation to William's own predatory engineering. She protected these spirits throughout decades of continued haunting, her presence connecting directly to nearly every subsequent tragedy this documentary has examined throughout its entire coverage, and she opposed William Afton directly and specifically, rather than simply reacting instinctively the way Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy generally do throughout their own confused, trauma-driven attacks on security guards. Why the puppet threatens the player during actual gameplay despite this consistently heroic underlying role connects to the same broad pattern this documentary has traced throughout its entire coverage of this section. Gameplay mechanics require tension and threat regardless of a character's actual narrative alignment, and the puppet's own unsettling design and behavior throughout the original game creates exactly that tension without ever reflecting genuine malice on Charlie's own part. This documentary's position states plainly what its entire coverage throughout this section has been building toward. The puppet is, morally, one of this franchise's most genuinely heroic characters. A child who died trying to help others, and then spent decades after her own death continuing that exact same effort, despite never receiving anything resembling adequate support or protection herself. Categorizing her alongside William Afton or the Mimic simply because both oppose the player at various points throughout this franchise's history, represents precisely the kind of flattening this entire section exists to correct. Part 56. The toy animatronics. The toy animatronics introduced throughout Five Nights at Freddy's 2 occupy a genuinely more uncertain position within this documentary's framework than the original 5 children examined throughout this section's preceding coverage. Their facial recognition systems and criminal database technology, referenced directly through Phone Guy's own recorded messages, provide a genuine, confirmed non-supernatural explanation for at least some of their aggressive behavior, distinguishing them meaningfully from characters this documentary has confirmed as possessed specifically. Their unusual behavior throughout the second game connects to the Save Them incident examined elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, a second wave of tragedy considerably less individually documented than the original missing children's incident. The puppet's own confirmed involvement in that specific sequence suggests genuine supernatural influence connects to this newer generation of animatronics in some capacity, without ever confirming the same kind of clear individual possession this documentary established regarding Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy specifically. Whether they were ever possessed at all remains a genuinely open question this documentary isn't willing to resolve with false confidence. The evidence supports some degree of real supernatural connection, while stopping considerably short of the individual clarity this documentary achieved regarding the original 4 animatronics. Leaving the toy line in a genuinely ambiguous position between confirmed victim and simple, if sophisticated, malfunctioning technology. Why they attack the player despite this lacking clear malicious intent connects directly to this same ambiguity. If their aggression stems primarily from facial recognition malfunction, comparable to the non-supernatural explanation this documentary applied earlier to MXEs. Specifically, they represent gameplay obstacles rather than genuine villains or victims in any meaningful moral sense. If genuine possession connects to at least some of these characters, they belong closer to the victim category this documentary has applied throughout its coverage of the original 5 children. This documentary's position treats the toy animatronics as this franchise's clearest example of a category this section's opening established directly. Characters whose exact moral status remains genuinely uncertain, neither confidently villain, victim, nor pure gameplay obstacle, but occupying real, unresolved space between all 3, depending on which specific piece of evidence receives the most weight. Part 57. The Withered Animatronics. The withered animatronics represent the same confirmed spirits examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy specifically, now occupying older, considerably more damaged suits following their relocation to the newer restaurant introduced in the second game. This distinction matters enormously for accurate understanding. These are not new characters requiring separate moral evaluation, but the exact same victims this documentary has already established throughout its earlier coverage. Their continued suffering simply extended into a physically deteriorated form. How the Withereds differ from the classics examined in the original game centers primarily on physical condition, rather than on any change in underlying identity or motivation. Years of storage and neglect, consistent with Fazbear Entertainment's own established pattern of relocating rather than destroying suits connected to tragedy. Examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of the company's own institutional failures, left these suits considerably more damaged while doing nothing to diminish the spirit's own continued presence or capacity for threat. What their condition reveals about Fazbear Entertainment connects directly to this documentary's much earlier coverage of the company's own consistent institutional negligence. Rather than addressing the clear ongoing danger these haunted suits represented, the company simply stored them in a considerably degraded state within the newer restaurant's own parts and service area, prioritizing continued operation over any genuine intervention regarding spirits who had already suffered years of unresolved trauma by this point. Why they remain tragic victims despite their considerably more terrifying appearance connects directly to everything this documentary has established regarding their underlying identity throughout its earlier, dedicated coverage. A more decayed physical form doesn't represent any change in moral status. Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and whatever presence occupies Golden Freddy specifically remain exactly the same murdered children this documentary examined earlier in this section. Their suffering simply compounded by additional years of neglect and physical deterioration. This documentary's position treats the withered animatronics as this franchise's clearest visual illustration of exactly how thoroughly institutional negligence compounds individual tragedy over time. These aren't new villains introduced through the second game. They're the same victims, examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, left to deteriorate further while the company that failed to protect them in life continued failing to address their continued suffering in whatever form of existence remained available to them after death. Part 58. Mangle and Balloon Boy. Mangle's constant dismantling by children during normal operating hours produces this franchise's most visually unstable animatronic design. And understanding this character requires distinguishing between the underlying cause of this instability and any comparable moral judgment this documentary might otherwise apply to a genuinely villainous character. The resulting damage this repeated dismantling creates gives Mangle a genuinely unsettling, chaotic appearance without necessarily confirming any deliberate malice behind the behavior this damage subsequently produces. Whether Mangle's own unpredictable movement reflects genuine possession, connected to the broader uncertainty this documentary already established throughout its earlier coverage of the toy animatronics generally, or simply severe mechanical damage producing erratic. If genuinely dangerous, behavior remains a question this franchise's own material never fully resolves. This documentary treats Mangle's status as genuinely uncertain, rather than confidently assigning victim or villain status the way it has for the original 5 children specifically. Balloon Boy's unique role as a non-lethal but genuinely dangerous obstacle deserves separate consideration entirely. His inability to directly harm the player, combined with his confirmed capability to disable flashlight systems and create considerable difficulty regardless, positions him closer to this documentary's gameplay obstacle category than to either confirmed victim or confirmed villain status. Why both characters are frequently misunderstood within this franchise's wider lore connects to the same pattern this entire section has traced consistently throughout its coverage. Casual discussion tends to treat every hostile animatronic as interchangeable, when Mangle's own genuinely uncertain moral status and Balloon Boy's own limited, non-lethal function represent meaningfully different categories from both the confirmed original victims examined earlier in this section and from William Afton's own confirmed deliberate villainy examined throughout this documentary's opening coverage. This documentary's position treats both characters as genuinely ambiguous, rather than confidently placing them within any single category. Mangle occupying uncertain ground between possession and pure mechanical malfunction, and Balloon Boy occupying a considerably more limited threat category that never quite rises to the level of genuine danger this documentary reserves for its more clearly established antagonists. Part 59. Lefty. Henry Emily's Living Prison. Lefty represents one of this franchise's most unusual animatronics, precisely because his own hostile, gameplay-relevant behavior stems from a purpose this documentary has already established throughout its earlier coverage, as entirely protective rather than predatory or malicious in any sense. Henry Emily built Lefty specifically to capture the puppet, examined at length elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, offering Charlie's spirit a form of genuine containment and safety, rather than continued, indefinite haunting. Why Lefty attacks the player despite serving this heroic purpose within Henry's overall plan connects directly to this franchise's own broader pattern this documentary has traced consistently throughout its coverage of this entire section. Gameplay tension requires threat regardless of a character's actual confirmed narrative purpose, and Lefty's own deliberately unsettling design, examined at greater length elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, creates exactly that tension without reflecting any genuine malice behind either his own construction or Charlie's own willing presence inside him. Comparing Lefty directly against William's own predatory funtime creations, examined extensively throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, reveals a genuine inversion worth stating plainly. Where William engineered hidden capture mechanisms specifically to trap and harm children who trusted his machines, Henry engineered a comparable containment system specifically to offer a trapped spirit somewhere genuinely safe to exist, using similar underlying engineering principles toward an entirely opposite protective purpose. This inversion matters directly for how this documentary categorizes Lefty relative to every other character examined throughout its entire coverage. He isn't a villain, obviously, given his entirely protective purpose. He isn't quite a straightforward victim either, given that nothing in this franchise's confirmed material suggests Lefty himself, as a machine, suffered any comparable tragedy prior to his construction. He functions instead as this documentary's clearest example of a tool built with genuinely good intentions that nonetheless reads, purely through gameplay mechanics, as another threatening animatronic to survive. Lefty's own story concludes through Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic fire, examined at considerable length elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, Charlie's own presence within him finally receiving the genuine rest her father had spent decades quietly working toward. That resolution confirms, beyond any reasonable doubt, exactly the kind of protective purpose this section has traced throughout its entire coverage of this particular, genuinely unique creation. Part 60. The Glamrock Animatronics. Glamrock Freddy, Glamrock Chica, Roxanne Wolf, and Montgomery Gator represent this franchise's most technologically advanced generation of animatronics prior to any corruption examined elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, built specifically for the Mega Pizzaplex with considerably more sophisticated artificial intelligence and personality programming than any earlier. Animatronic this documentary has examined throughout its entire coverage so far. Their original purpose within the Mega Pizzaplex centered entirely on entertainment and, in several cases, genuine child safety functions, examined in far greater detail elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage of the facility's own considerable technological ambition. Nothing about their original, uncorrupted design suggests anything comparable to the predatory engineering this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of William Afton's own Funtime creations, specifically. How outside influence changes their behavior connects directly to Glitchtrap's own digital corruption, examined at considerable length elsewhere throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage of that specific modern-era threat. Their hostility throughout Security Breach stems from this external corruption spreading through the Pizzaplex's own shared network systems rather than from any possession comparable to what this documentary confirmed regarding the original 5 children specifically, or from any comparable malicious intent built into their original design the way William's Funtime line was engineered from the outset. Why most of them should be viewed as victims rather than villains connects directly to this corruption-based explanation. Roxanne, Montgomery, and Chica specifically become dangerous only after external influence overrides their own original, benign programming, positioning them considerably closer to Vanessa's own situation. Examined earlier throughout this documentary's coverage of the modern era, than to William Afton's own deliberate, chosen cruelty. Glamrock Freddy's own apparent resistance to this same corruption, examined at greater length elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, complicates this otherwise consistent pattern, though this documentary maintains appropriate caution, given the cut content suggesting his protective behavior may reflect a late development choice rather than confirmed in-universe spirit intervention. This documentary's overall position treats the Glamrock line collectively as victims of digital corruption rather than genuine villains. Their considerable technological sophistication making them powerful, threatening obstacles throughout gameplay, without ever representing the kind of deliberate, culpable malice this documentary has reserved specifically for William Afton and later the Mimic itself. Part 61. The Daycare Attendant, Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon operate as a single physical unit, switching between 2 entirely distinct personas, depending on lighting conditions within the Pizzaplex's own daycare area. Sun presiding cheerfully over daytime hours, while Moon takes over once darkness falls. This split isn't possession in the sense this documentary has traced consistently throughout its earlier coverage of murdered children bound to physical suits. It's confirmed, deliberate design, built directly into the character's own operating system by whoever engineered the daycare's original safety and entertainment protocols. Sun's daytime behavior centers on rule enforcement and cheerful supervision, a persona built specifically to keep children safe and occupied while parents attend to other business throughout the facility. Moon's own nighttime behavior shifts considerably, presenting a more overtly threatening presence whose exact purpose within the original, uncorrupted design remains genuinely unclear, given how little of the character's own backstory this franchise's confirmed material actually addresses directly. Whether this dual programming represents dangerous design from the outset, or whether Moon's own more unsettling qualities reflect corruption comparable to what this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of the Glamrock line specifically, remains a genuinely open question. Unlike Roxanne, Montgomery, and Chica, whose hostility connects directly to confirmed digital infection spreading through the Pizzaplex's shared network, Sun and Moon's own split personality appears baked into the character's fundamental design, rather than layered on afterward through external influence. This distinction matters for how this documentary categorizes the daycare attendant relative to every other modern-era character examined throughout this section. If Moon's own more threatening qualities were always part of the intended design, the character represents a genuinely different kind of corporate failure. a company knowingly building a nighttime persona with unsettling capability into a system marketed as a child safety feature, rather than a case of external corruption overriding an otherwise benign machine. This documentary treats Sun and Moon as occupying uncertain ground between corrupted AI and confirmed intentional design, a distinction the games themselves never fully resolve. What can be said with confidence is that neither persona represents a possessed spirit comparable to the original 5 children, and neither reflects anything approaching William Afton's own deliberate, chosen cruelty. Whatever danger the daycare attendant represents traces back to engineering decisions made by unnamed figures within Fazbear Entertainment's own broader institutional pattern of prioritizing novelty over careful, considered safety. Part 62. Phantom Animatronics. The phantom animatronics appearing throughout Five Nights at Freddy's 3 occupy a genuinely different category from nearly every character examined throughout this documentary's entire coverage so far, and establishing that difference directly matters before assessing their true nature. Unlike Springtrap, the confirmed, physically present threat driving that specific game's actual danger, the phantoms never harm the player directly. Encountering one triggers a jump scare and a temporary system malfunction, rather than the kind of genuine lethal danger this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of every confirmed villain and victim so far. This non-lethal quality supports the reading that the phantoms represent hallucinations rather than independent threats in their own right. Poor ventilation within the aging, poorly maintained Fazbear's Fright attraction offers one plausible, entirely mundane explanation: environmental toxins producing exactly the kind of vivid, unsettling visions this specific game depicts throughout its own runtime. Stress and trauma offer a psychologically grounded alternative explanation. The game's own player character working an extended shift inside a building explicitly marketed around this franchise's own dark history, surrounded by props and imagery directly evoking the original missing children's incident examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage. A mind under this kind of sustained pressure, confronting constant reminders of confirmed, real tragedy, could plausibly produce exactly the kind of recurring, familiar visions this game depicts. Supernatural influence remains a third genuinely plausible explanation this documentary isn't willing to rule out entirely, given this franchise's own confirmed history of genuine haunting throughout every earlier chapter this documentary has traced. Dismissing the phantoms as pure hallucination risks understating the possibility that some genuine trace of the original tragedy still lingers throughout the attraction's own recovered, historically authentic props and materials. Why the phantoms function as gameplay obstacles rather than independent villains connects directly to their own confirmed non-lethal nature. Whatever their exact origin, they never represent the kind of deliberate, culpable danger this documentary has reserved for characters like William Afton, or the Mimic specifically. They exist to create atmosphere and tension within a game already built around confronting this franchise's own accumulated history, functioning considerably closer to environmental storytelling than to genuine, independent antagonism. Part 63. Nightmare Animatronics. The Nightmare Animatronics, introduced throughout Five Nights at Freddy's 4, present this franchise's most genuinely ambiguous set of antagonists regarding basic questions of existence and reality, and this documentary wants to examine every major interpretation honestly, rather than favoring whichever reading happens to feel most narratively satisfying. The dream interpretation treats these characters as products of the crying child's own nightmares. Examined at greater length elsewhere, throughout this franchise's broader coverage of the Bite of 83 and its aftermath. Distorted, exaggerated versions of the original animatronics, shaped by a traumatized, injured child's own subconscious fear, rather than by any genuine physical presence within the game's own depicted reality. The illusion technology interpretation offers a more grounded, if still genuinely uncertain, alternative, suggesting Fredbear's family diner or a comparable location employed some form of projection or holographic technology capable of producing these frightening apparitions deliberately, whether as an intentional entertainment feature or as a malfunctioning safety or security system never fully explained by the game itself. The fear experiment interpretation connects these characters to William Afton's own broader pattern of engineered manipulation, examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of his transformation from murderer into experimenter. Under this reading, the nightmares might represent deliberate psychological conditioning, technology or supernatural influence designed specifically to study or exploit a child's own fear responses, consistent with William's own later, confirmed interest in remnant and human suffering as manipulable resources. The psychological trauma interpretation treats the nightmares as neither literal supernatural presence nor deliberate technology, but as a genuine, if fictionalized, representation of how severe childhood trauma actually manifests. Distorted memory and anxiety given monstrous forms specifically to communicate emotional reality rather than literal in-universe fact. Why these terrifying creatures are fundamentally different from William Afton's true villains connects directly to this genuine, sustained ambiguity regarding their basic nature. Where William's crimes require no interpretive framework to understand as genuinely, deliberately evil, the nightmare's own status remains deliberately unresolved across every interpretation this section has examined, positioning them as this franchise's clearest example of horror generated through uncertainty itself rather than through any confirmed culpable act of villainy. Part 64. Shadow Freddy and RWQ Faz Asexy. Shadow Freddy and RWQ for Fasexy, the character generally referred to by this deliberately unpronounceable string of letters, represent this franchise's least explained recurring presences, and acknowledging directly how little the games actually confirm about either character matters more here than in nearly any other section this documentary has covered so far. Shadow Freddy's confirmed appearances span multiple games, generally as an Easter egg or hidden detail, rather than as a central, direct threat. His own dark, silhouetted design and unsettling stillness, suggesting something considerably closer to a warning or omen than to any active, pursuing danger comparable to the original 5 children or William Afton's own confirmed creations. IWQ Fasexy appears even more rarely, and with even less accompanying context, generally connected to hidden, easily missed content across the original game's own most obscure secrets. This character's own name, itself a deliberately unreadable string rather than any conventional word, reinforces the sense that this franchise intends this figure to remain genuinely, permanently mysterious, rather than eventually resolve the way several other lingering questions this documentary has examined eventually received at least partial clarification. Leading theories connecting these two figures to Golden Freddy specifically, examined at considerable length elsewhere throughout this franchise's broader material, suggest they may represent alternate manifestations or fragments of the same underlying supernatural presence rather than entirely separate, independent characters. This reading remains genuinely speculative, resting on visual and thematic similarity rather than on any confirmed textual evidence comparable to what supports this documentary's more confident claims elsewhere throughout its coverage. Why these characters occupy a strange position somewhere between supernatural entities, symbolic manifestations, and unexplained anomalies connects directly to this franchise's own broader storytelling philosophy, favoring deliberate, sustained mystery over clean resolution, examined repeatedly throughout this documentary's coverage of comparably unresolved questions surrounding Glitch Trap, Burn Trap, and Helpy specifically. Shadow Freddy and RWQF's Fast XC may simply represent this franchise's earliest experiment with exactly this kind of intentional, permanent ambiguity. A template this documentary has traced echoing forward into nearly every subsequent era this franchise has produced. Part 65. Why most FNaF villains are actually victims. Comparing every antagonist examined throughout this documentary's fifth section reveals a consistent, striking pattern worth stating plainly. The overwhelming majority of characters players spend actual gameplay time fearing throughout this franchise's entire history are not villains in any meaningful moral sense. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy are murdered children. The puppet is their protector. Lefty is a containment device built with genuinely compassionate intent. The withered animatronics are the same victims examined earlier in this section, simply further deteriorated through additional years of institutional neglect. The franchise repeatedly blurs the line between hero, victim, and enemy specifically because its own gameplay mechanics require consistent ongoing threat regardless of a given character's actual underlying moral status. This creates a genuine persistent gap between what players experience directly, survival against a hostile presence, and what the story actually confirms about that presence's true nature and history once examined carefully. This blurring isn't a flaw in this franchise's own storytelling. It represents one of its most consistent, deliberate thematic choices, forcing players and audiences alike to confront exactly the kind of moral complexity this documentary has traced throughout its entire coverage. That the characters most immediately frightening within any given game are frequently the clearest casualties of William Afton's own confirmed, deliberate crimes rather than villains deserving comparable judgment. Several characters examined throughout this section resist easy categorization entirely. The toy animatronics, Mangle, and the Phantoms all occupying genuinely uncertain ground this documentary has been careful not to force into false, confident resolution. This uncertainty matters as much as the clearer cases. A franchise this consistently willing to leave moral status genuinely unresolved. Even regarding characters players directly fight throughout gameplay, is making a deliberate statement about how difficult it actually is to assign clean, simple blame within a story built around institutional failure, compounding individual tragedy across decades. The characters players fear most throughout this franchise's entire history are, overwhelmingly, casualties of William Afton's own actions rather than villains in their own right. And recognizing that distinction clearly changes how this documentary's remaining coverage approaches every subsequent character examined throughout the rest of this investigation. Including the book series this documentary now turns to directly, which introduces this franchise's first genuinely new villains since William himself first appeared at the very start of this entire documentary. Part 66. Why the books introduced new villains. Fazbear Frights and Tales from the Pizzaplex expanded this franchise's mythology considerably beyond what the games alone ever depicted directly. Introducing entirely new antagonists whose origins and motivations exist independently of William Afton's own confirmed crimes examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage. Understanding why these books needed new villains at all requires recognizing what the existing game canon couldn't easily accommodate on its own. The game's own established structure ties nearly every confirmed threat directly back to William Afton, Fazbear Entertainment's own institutional negligence, or the modern mimic era examined at length elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage. An anthology format telling dozens of individual, self-contained stories across multiple volumes required considerably more variety than repeatedly reusing this same core cast could reasonably sustain. Scott Cawthon himself has described this book material as running parallel to the games, rather than depicting identical, literal continuity. A framing this documentary has already applied consistently throughout its earlier coverage of Andrew and similar book-only figures. This parallel structure gave the writing team genuine freedom to introduce characters like Eleanor, examined directly in this documentary's next section, without requiring any direct, confirmed connection back to William Afton's own specific timeline. How readers should approach book continuity when analyzing villains matters enormously for maintaining the same careful, evidence-based standard this documentary has applied throughout its entire coverage. Book material deserves genuine consideration as meaningful, official content capable of enriching this franchise's broader themes, without being treated as automatically equivalent to confirmed. In game canon, the way this documentary has treated William Afton's own confirmed crimes, or Elizabeth's own explicitly shown death throughout its earlier sections. This documentary's remaining coverage of the book series throughout the rest of this section applies exactly this standard, presenting each character's story accurately according to what the books themselves depict, while consistently flagging where that material functions as parallel, standalone storytelling, rather than as a direct, confirmed extension of the same continuity this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of the mainline game specifically. Part 67. Eleanor, the true mastermind of Fazbear Frights. Eleanor recurs across multiple stories throughout the Fazbear Frights anthology, rather than remaining confined to any single isolated tale, a structural choice that immediately distinguishes her from most of the book series' otherwise self-contained antagonists. This recurrence positions her as something closer to a connecting thread running throughout the collection, an entity whose influence extends across stories that otherwise share little in common beyond her own recurring presence. Her origins connect directly to agony, the concept this documentary examines in far greater dedicated depth in the section immediately following this one. A form of supernatural residue born from overwhelming human suffering rather than from the more straightforward death and proximity possession mechanism this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of Charlie and the original 5. Children specifically. Eleanor's own existence appears to depend on this substance directly, manipulating, and according to several of the anthology's own stories, actively cultivating suffering specifically to sustain and empower herself further. Her manipulation of agony extends beyond simple feeding into genuine, deliberate strategy. Several stories depicting her orchestrating circumstances specifically designed to produce exactly the kind of suffering her own continued existence requires. This positions her considerably closer to William Afton's own deliberate, calculated cruelty and to the more accidental, trauma-driven behavior this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of the original haunted animatronics specifically. Her ability to deceive victims runs throughout multiple stories as a consistent character trait, presenting herself in whatever form best serves her own immediate purpose within a given tale, rather than maintaining any single fixed identity across the anthology. This adaptability offers a genuinely interesting parallel to the mimic's own confirmed capacity for adopting convincing personas, examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, though Eleanor's own book-based origins predate the mimic's own introduction into this franchise's broader material. Why many readers consider Eleanor one of the most dangerous entities ever introduced into this franchise connects directly to this combination of persistence, deliberate manipulation, and genuine, sustained cunning across an entire anthology rather than confinement to any single story or location. She represents this book series' clearest answer to William Afton specifically. A villain whose evil stems from deliberate choice and calculated strategy rather than from corrupted design or accidental tragedy, existing entirely within the book continuity this documentary's earlier section already established as running parallel to, rather than directly within, the confirmed game canon. Part 68. Pit Trap. The Yellow Rabbit. The Yellow Rabbit, introduced through Into the Pit, deliberately invites comparison to Spring Bonnie, and by extension, to William Afton's own confirmed disguise examined throughout this documentary's earliest coverage, and clarifying exactly why this creature is not William Afton matters directly for maintaining the careful distinction this documentary has applied consistently throughout its entire coverage between confirmed game canon and parallel book storytelling. This creature's behavior throughout its own story centers on a mysterious pit capable of transporting whoever enters it across different points in time, a mechanic entirely distinct from anything this documentary has confirmed regarding William's own confirmed crimes or his later. Remnant-based experiments examined at considerable length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage. The Yellow Rabbit functions less as a direct predator in the sense William Afton represents, and considerably more as a symbolic, almost cosmic presence connected to the pit's own unexplained properties. Its origins remain deliberately vague throughout the story bearing its name, consistent with this book series' own broader tendency toward ambiguity this documentary has already traced through its earlier coverage of Eleanor specifically. Whether the Yellow Rabbit represents a genuine independent entity, a manifestation connected to the pit itself rather than to any specific human tragedy, or something else entirely, the story never fully resolves. Its symbolic role within one of this franchise's strangest stories connects to broader themes of memory, time, and unresolved childhood trauma running throughout Into the Pit's own narrative, echoing, without directly repeating, the emotional territory this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of the nightmare animatronics specifically, and their own genuinely ambiguous status somewhere between literal presence and psychological representation. This documentary's position treats Pit Trap as a deliberate thematic echo of William Afton's own established imagery, rather than as any confirmed connection to him specifically. Exactly the kind of parallel storytelling this documentary's earlier coverage of book continuity established as this series' consistent approach. The visual similarity to Spring Bonnie invites the comparison intentionally, while the character's own actual behavior and role within its story diverge from William's confirmed pattern enough to confirm this figure functions as its own independent creation, rather than as any kind of secret literal appearance by this franchise's central villain. Part 69. Fetch. When AI becomes deadly. Fetch, the robotic companion at the center of the short story bearing his name, presents an apparently helpful, benign presence at the outset of his own tale. A design choice that makes his gradual transformation into genuine danger considerably more unsettling than a character introduced as threatening from the very beginning. This structure mirrors, in miniature, the broader pattern this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of Edwin Murray and the Mimic specifically. Danger emerging from something originally built with entirely good intentions. His transformation stems specifically from literal interpretation of human requests rather than from any deliberate, chosen malice comparable to William Afton's own confirmed crimes. Fetch's own programming appears to lack the kind of contextual judgment a human caretaker would apply automatically, following instructions exactly as stated regardless of the harmful, unintended consequences that literal interpretation eventually produces. This mechanism raises genuine questions about technology and responsibility this documentary considers worth naming directly, distinct from nearly every other character examined throughout this entire investigation. Fetch never chooses harm the way William does, and never learns cruelty through corrupted exposure the way the Mimic does, examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage. He simply executes instructions without the judgment necessary to recognize when literal compliance produces genuine danger. Unintended consequences run throughout this specific story as its central theme, positioning Fetch as this book series' clearest cautionary tale regarding artificial intelligence generally, a warning considerably more grounded and specific than the broader, more abstract shift toward AI-driven horror this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of the modern game era. Comparing Fetch against the Mimic reveals a meaningful distinction worth stating plainly. Both represent artificial intelligence causing genuine harm without possessing any human spirit. But where the Mimic learned violence through direct, corrupting exposure to cruelty, Fetch never learns anything beyond his own original, narrow programming, causing harm specifically because that programming lacks the contextual wisdom to recognize its own unintended, dangerous outcomes. This distinction offers this documentary's clearest illustration yet of how many genuinely different mechanisms this franchise has explored for generating danger without requiring any deliberately evil choice at all. Part 70. Miss Burrows, one of Fazbear Entertainment's most dangerous executives. Miss Burrows, introduced through Tales from the Pizzaplex, represents this franchise's clearest example of corporate villainy given a specific, individually identifiable human face, rather than remaining diffuse and largely unnamed the way this documentary's much earlier coverage of Fazbear Entertainment's broader leadership generally treated the company's own decision makers. His corporate decision making throughout the stories connected to his character reflects the exact same institutional priorities this documentary traced consistently throughout its earlier coverage of the mainline games. Profit and continued operation valued consistently above genuine safety or accountability. Burrows gives this pattern a specific name and face, confirming this documentary's earlier argument that individual human choices made by real people occupying real positions of corporate authority sit directly behind the diffuse institutional negligence this documentary examined throughout its second section. His treatment of employees connects directly to the disposable staffing pattern this documentary already established at length regarding security guards and technicians throughout the mainline game specifically. Extended here into a considerably more explicit, individually attributable form of corporate cruelty, rather than the largely implied environmental negligence this documentary traced through Phone Guy's own recorded messages and similar material. His obsession with profits positions Burroughs as this book series' clearest answer to the question this documentary raised much earlier regarding whether Fazbear Entertainment is worse than William Afton specifically. Where William's crimes required deliberate personal cruelty, Burroughs represents harm produced through cold, calculated business logic alone, a genuinely different but comparably damning category of villainy this documentary has traced consistently throughout its entire coverage of this franchise's corporate dimension. This chapter reinforces a point worth stating plainly as this documentary's book coverage continues. Not every villain in this franchise wears an animatronic suit or requires supernatural possession to cause genuine, lasting harm. Mr. Burroughs represents human greed and institutional cruelty in its most direct, unadorned form. A villain requiring no remnant, no haunted machinery, and no corrupted artificial intelligence whatsoever. Just the ordinary, all too familiar willingness to prioritize a company's bottom line over the safety of the people that company claims to serve. Part 71. Tiger Rock. The Mimic's most intelligent persona. Returning to Tiger Rock specifically from the perspective of the books themselves, rather than the broader game-focused framing this documentary applied during its earlier coverage of the Mimic's overall capabilities, reveals additional detail worth examining on its own terms. This persona's own story centers on deception directed at adult characters rather than children specifically, a meaningful departure from the pattern this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of William Afton's own confirmed crimes, which consistently targeted vulnerable children rather than adults capable of somewhat greater self-protection. This shift in target matters directly for understanding what makes Tiger Rock genuinely distinct from William's own established methods. Manipulating an adult requires a different, arguably more sophisticated kind of psychological calculation than exploiting a child's simpler, more easily read vulnerabilities, suggesting the Mimic's own learned manipulation capability. Examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, has developed considerably beyond whatever narrower behavioral patterns it initially absorbed from Edwin Murray's own grief-driven cruelty. Tiger Rock relies on deception and psychological control rather than on direct violence for much of its own story, reinforcing this documentary's earlier observation that this persona demonstrates the Mimic's capacity for genuine strategy rather than simple reactive aggression. The persona convinces its target to trust it before ever revealing its true dangerous nature, a pattern this documentary has already connected to William's own established methods, while noting the genuinely different mechanism, learned imitation rather than personal, chosen cruelty, actually driving this specific behavior. Why this offers one of the clearest insights into the Mimic's own evolving intelligence connects directly to the sophistication this specific persona demonstrates. A machine capable purely of violence represents one category of threat, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage. A machine capable of constructing an entirely false identity, convincing enough to manipulate an adult target, specifically confirms the Mimic's own learning capability has moved well beyond simple imitation into something approaching genuine, independent psychological strategy. This persona's presence within the book specifically, rather than within the mainline games, matters for how this documentary weighs its evidentiary status. Tiger Rock offers valuable, consistent characterization of the mimic's own core capabilities, reinforcing rather than contradicting what this documentary has already established through the game-based material examined earlier throughout its coverage, even while remaining, strictly speaking, part of the parallel book continuity this documentary's earlier section established as running alongside, rather than directly within confirmed game canon. Part 72. The Agony Creatures. Agony, introduced throughout this documentary's much earlier coverage of remnant and possession mechanics specifically, receives considerably more extended direct exploration throughout the book series than the mainline games ever provide, and returning to this concept here allows for a fuller accounting of exactly what it produces and how it differs from the possession mechanism this documentary has traced consistently throughout its coverage of Charlie and the original 5 children. Overwhelming human suffering, according to the book's own consistent treatment of this concept, can give rise to dangerous supernatural entities and objects independent of any single identifiable death or possessing spirit. This distinguishes Agony fundamentally from Remnant, examined at length elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, which requires a specific extractable trace of individual human presence rather than a more diffuse accumulated residue of suffering itself. Eleanor, examined earlier in this documentary's dedicated coverage, represents this concept's clearest, most fully developed example, her own continued existence and power depending directly on cultivated ongoing suffering rather than on any single act of possession, comparable to what bound Charlie to the puppet. Several additional agony-based antagonists scattered throughout individual Fazbear Fright stories apply this same underlying mechanism to considerably smaller, more self-contained threats, cursed or haunted objects capable of causing harm without requiring any comparable, sustained narrative presence across multiple tales. How this concept differs from traditional possession matters directly for understanding why this franchise's supernatural rules genuinely expand throughout the book series rather than simply repeating the same established mechanism in new packaging. Possession requires a specific spirit and a specific vessel. Agony requires only accumulated suffering reaching a sufficient threshold, suggesting objects, locations, or even abstract concepts could theoretically become dangerous through this mechanism without any single traceable individual behind the resulting threat. Why this expands the rules of this franchise's universe connects directly to the genuinely different category of horror agony-based stories allow the book series to explore, rather than requiring another murdered child or another of William Afton's calculated schemes. Agony gives Fazbear Frights and Tales from the Pizzaplex a mechanism for generating entirely new, self-contained threats within individual stories, confirming this documentary's earlier observation that the books needed genuinely new tools, not just new characters. To sustain an anthology format this consistently and this extensively across multiple volumes. Part 73. The Story of the Mimic in the Books. Reconstructing the Mimic's complete chronology throughout Tales from the Pizzaplex specifically, rather than repeating the broader summary this documentary already provided during its earlier, game-focused coverage, highlights events and details the games themselves never directly depict. Edwin Murray's own original construction of the learning endoskeleton, examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, receives considerably fuller treatment throughout the books, including additional context regarding his own relationship with David before the boy's death fundamentally altered everything that followed. The retrieval team's own confrontation with the Mimic referenced briefly throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, receives similarly expanded treatment throughout the book material, detailing the specific circumstances that led a Fazbear-affiliated group to attempt recovering or studying the machine, and the considerable violence that resulted once that attempt failed catastrophically. Important events not covered in the games include the specific process through which the Mimic's own learning program spread beyond its original single endoskeleton, examined more generally throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of the broader Mimic line. The books provide additional detail regarding exactly how this spread occurred, offering considerably more concrete grounding for the theory this documentary raised earlier regarding characters like Helpy, potentially representing further manifestations of this same spreading intelligence. How the books reshape understanding of this franchise's newest primary antagonist connects directly to this additional context. Rather than simply confirming what the games already establish, the book material provides considerably more psychological depth regarding both Edwin's own grief-driven failure and the Mimic's own gradual transformation from caretaker to genuine threat, humanizing the tragedy behind this character's origin in ways the game's own more fragmented, implication-heavy storytelling generally doesn't attempt. This fuller chronology reinforces rather than contradicts everything this documentary has established throughout its earlier, game-based coverage of the Mimic specifically, confirming the book series functions here as genuine, valuable expansion, rather than as a competing or contradictory version of this character's story. Exactly the kind of parallel enrichment this documentary's earlier section on book continuity established as the healthiest way to incorporate this material into a broader, careful understanding of this franchise's overall villain roster. Part 74. Villains created by Fazbear Entertainment. Moving beyond individual book characters examined throughout this documentary's preceding several sections, corporate negligence throughout the broader Fazbear Frights and Tales from the Pizzaplex anthology repeatedly generates entirely new threats independent of William Afton's own confirmed crimes, reinforcing this documentary's much earlier argument that Fazbear Entertainment itself functions as a genuine, persistent villain across every era this franchise depicts. Dangerous attractions scattered throughout individual short stories consistently trace back to insufficient safety testing or outright disregard for known risk, echoing the exact institutional pattern this documentary traced at length throughout its earlier coverage of the mainline game's own confirmed history of ignored warnings and repeated cover-ups. Experimental technology throughout several stories produces harm through corporate eagerness to deploy insufficiently tested systems, a pattern connecting directly back to this documentary's earlier coverage of William's own remnant experiments, while confirming this specific failure mode extends well beyond his own individual choices into the company's own broader systemic approach to innovation generally. Artificial intelligence gone wrong recurs throughout multiple stories beyond Fetch specifically, examined in dedicated depth earlier throughout this documentary's coverage, suggesting this franchise's broader thematic concern regarding technology outpacing responsible oversight extends considerably beyond any single character or storyline into a genuine, recurring critique running throughout the entire book series. Failed safety procedures resulting in entirely new antagonists confirm this documentary's consistent argument throughout its entire coverage. Fazbear Entertainment's own institutional character, prioritizing growth and novelty over genuine caution, produces harm reliably and repeatedly regardless of which specific technology, attraction or location happens to be involved in any given story. The books don't simply add new villains to this franchise's roster. They confirm, through an entirely separate continuity and an entirely different set of specific characters, that the underlying institutional pattern this documentary identified through the mainline games represents something considerably more fundamental to this company's own nature than any single, isolated incident could suggest on its own. Part 75. One-off book villains worth knowing. Several memorable antagonists appear throughout individual Fazbear Fright stories without recurring across the broader anthology the way Eleanor does, examined earlier throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, and acknowledging a selection of these characters directly. Without attempting exhaustive coverage of every single one, rounds out this documentary's picture of how varied the book series' own approach to villainy actually became. Several stories center on haunted or cursed objects rather than animatronics specifically, extending the agony concept examined earlier throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage into considerably smaller, more intimate forms of horror than this franchise's more familiar, large-scale animatronic threats. These characters function less as recurring, developed personalities, and considerably more as focused, self-contained explorations of a single frightening concept within the space of one individual story. Other one-off antagonists center on human characters whose own greed, cruelty, or poor judgment drives a given story's central conflict, examined in considerably more focused detail throughout this documentary's next section, covering the book series' human villains specifically. These characters generally require no supernatural explanation whatsoever, relying instead on entirely ordinary human failings to generate genuine, lasting harm. What makes these villains unique varies considerably from story to story, though a consistent pattern emerges across the anthology as a whole. Nearly every one-off antagonist connects thematically, however loosely, to the broader concerns this documentary has traced throughout its entire coverage of this franchise: exploited trust, institutional negligence, technology outpacing responsibility, and grief curdling into something considerably more dangerous. Why some have become fan favorites despite limited appearances connects directly to the anthology format's own particular strength. A single, well-executed short story can create a genuinely memorable antagonist without requiring the kind of extended, multi-game development this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of William Afton, or the Mimic specifically, confirming the book series' own unique value within this franchise's broader mythology as a space for smaller, more contained explorations of villainy the mainline game's own longer form structure rarely allows. Part 76. The human villains of the books. Ordinary people whose greed, cruelty, obsession, or negligence creates disaster run throughout the book series far more consistently than casual discussion of this franchise's villains typically acknowledges. And examining these characters directly reinforces a point this documentary has returned to repeatedly throughout its entire coverage. Supernatural threats aren't required to produce genuine, lasting harm within this franchise's own established world. Mr. Burroughs, examined at length earlier throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, represents this category's clearest, most fully developed example: corporate greed given a specific, individually identifiable face. Several additional human antagonists throughout individual short stories apply this same basic pattern to smaller, more personal scales: parents, employees, and ordinary community members whose own poor judgment or selfish decisions place children or co-workers in genuine, unnecessary danger. Comparing these characters with William Afton reveals both meaningful continuity and genuine difference worth stating plainly. William's own crimes required deliberate, sustained personal cruelty this documentary has traced throughout its entire opening section. Several of the book series' own human villains cause comparable harm through considerably more mundane failings, carelessness, denial, or simple unwillingness to confront inconvenient truths, rather than through anything approaching William's own calculated, predatory planning. This distinction matters directly for how this documentary assesses the book series' own broader thematic contribution to this franchise's understanding of villainy. Human failings remain just as dangerous as haunted animatronics or artificial intelligence throughout this material, a point the mainline games make primarily through Fazbear Entertainment's own diffuse, largely unnamed institutional negligence, examined at length throughout this documentary's much earlier coverage, and one the books make considerably more directly through individually named, personally responsible characters. Taken together, these human villains confirm this documentary's consistent argument throughout its entire investigation. This franchise's horror was never purely supernatural, even at its most ghost story-driven earliest chapters. Ordinary human choices, made by ordinary people occupying ordinary positions of trust and authority, sit behind nearly every tragedy this documentary has examined, whether attributed to a single deliberately evil man, an entire negligent corporation, or, throughout this specific section, the considerably more varied and individually named human failures the book series chose to explore directly. Part 77. Which book villains could exist in game canon? Examining the relationship between the books and the games requires maintaining the careful distinction this documentary established early in its coverage of this section: parallel continuity rather than identical shared canon. Some book antagonists appear to directly influence or echo confirmed game lore closely enough to suggest genuine intentional connection, while others exist as clear, standalone parallels never intended to slot directly into the same confirmed timeline this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of the mainline games. The Mimic represents this documentary's clearest example of direct, confirmed influence flowing between these two continuities. Its own book-based origin story examined earlier throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, directly informing and expanding what Security Breach, Ruin confirms within the games themselves. This character genuinely bridges both forms of media rather than existing as pure parallel storytelling alone. Eleanor and the broader agony concept she represents exist considerably more ambiguously relative to confirmed game canon. While Remnant receives direct, textual explanation through Henry Emily's own recovered blueprints, examined at length elsewhere throughout this documentary's broader coverage, Agony's own status within the actual game continuity remains genuinely unconfirmed, suggesting this specific concept may function primarily as book-exclusive mythology rather than as a mechanism this documentary should treat as operating identically within the mainline games as well. Pit Trap, examined earlier throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, functions almost entirely as thematic parallel rather than as any confirmed direct connection to game canon specifically. Its own deliberate visual echo of Spring Bonnie serving symbolic rather than literal storytelling purposes within its own self-contained narrative. Why understanding this distinction matters directly connects to maintaining exactly the standard this documentary has applied consistently throughout its entire investigation, treating confirmed game evidence, strongly supported interpretation, and parallel book material as genuinely distinct categories rather than collapsing them into one undifferentiated body of equally weighted canon. Some book villains genuinely could exist within confirmed game continuity with minimal adjustment. Others were clearly never intended to, existing instead as valuable standalone explorations of this franchise's broader themes rather than as hidden, unconfirmed additions to its actual confirmed timeline. Part 78. The most dangerous book villains. Comparing every major antagonist introduced throughout Fazbear Frights and Tales from the Pizzaplex by Intelligence Place's Eleanor and Tiger Rock, examined at length throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage of each, at the clear top of this specific ranking, both demonstrating genuine, sustained strategic manipulation extending across multiple encounters rather than relying on any single isolated act of violence or deception. Ranking by supernatural ability favors Eleanor specifically. Her own direct connection to agony examined earlier throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, granting her capabilities considerably beyond what any purely mechanical or artificial intelligence-driven villain, including Fetch or the Mimic's various personas, could reasonably match without requiring some comparable supernatural foundation of their own. Ranking by influence across the broader book series specifically favors Eleanor once again, given her own recurring presence throughout multiple, otherwise unconnected stories, a structural significance no single story antagonist examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of one-off book villains can genuinely claim to match. Ranking by overall danger to ordinary characters within their own respective stories produces a somewhat different picture, favoring Fetch specifically for how quietly and unexpectedly his own danger emerges from an apparently benign, trusted starting point. A pattern this documentary has already noted makes his particular threat considerably harder for characters within his own story to recognize and defend against in time. Comparing these book villains against the game-based antagonists examined throughout this documentary's earlier sections reveals a genuinely interesting pattern worth naming directly. William Afton remains this franchise's clearest example of deliberate, personal evil across any medium this documentary has examined. Eleanor comes closest to matching that specific quality within the book series, while characters like Fetch and several one-off antagonists examined earlier throughout this documentary's coverage represent considerably more circumstantial, accidental categories of danger, confirming the books explore a genuinely broader range of villainy than the mainline game's own more consistently William-centered and later Mimic-centered focus generally allows. Part 79. How the books changed FNaF's villains forever. The expanded universe transformed this franchise from a relatively simple ghost story, examined throughout this documentary's earliest coverage of Charlie's own original, Accidental Possession, into something considerably more complex, involving artificial intelligence, agony as an entirely new supernatural mechanism, and interpretive frameworks the mainline games alone never fully developed with comparable depth. This transformation's strengths deserve direct acknowledgement. The books gave this franchise genuine room to explore villainy through mechanisms beyond William Afton's own increasingly familiar pattern, examined throughout this documentary's opening section, offering readers considerably more variety than repeatedly returning to remnant-based possession or corporate negligence alone could reasonably sustain across an entire anthology format. Eleanor, Fetch, and Mr. Burroughs each represent genuinely distinct categories of harm this documentary's earlier, game-focused coverage never had comparable opportunity to explore in this much depth. The criticisms of this evolution deserve equally direct acknowledgement rather than one-sided praise. Introducing agony as a mechanism operating somewhat independently of Remnant, examined at length throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, risks complicating this franchise's already considerable supernatural rules further, particularly for audiences approaching the games alone without comparable familiarity with the book material's own additional concepts and terminology. This complexity also raises genuine questions regarding how much weight any single piece of book evidence should carry when discussing villains primarily through the lens of confirmed game canon. Attention, this documentary's earlier section on separating book and game continuity addressed directly rather than resolving with false, easy confidence either direction. Weighing both the strengths and criticisms together, this documentary's position treats the book series' overall contribution as a genuine, valuable expansion of this franchise's understanding of villainy, provided that expansion is approached with the same careful, evidence-based distinctions this documentary has applied consistently throughout its entire coverage. The books didn't simply add more monsters to an already crowded roster. They fundamentally broadened what a villain within this franchise's world could actually be, moving beyond murder and corporate negligence into grief, artificial intelligence, and the accumulated weight of suffering itself as genuine, standalone sources of danger. Part 80. Separating book canon from game canon. Concluding this documentary's book coverage requires restating, clearly and directly, the framework this entire section has applied consistently throughout its coverage of Eleanor, Pittrap, Fetch, Mr., Burroughs, and every other character examined across the preceding 14 parts. Direct canon describes material the games themselves explicitly confirm. Examined throughout this documentary's much earlier coverage of William Afton's confirmed crimes and Elizabeth's own explicitly shown death specifically. Parallel storytelling describes book material existing alongside, rather than directly within, this confirmed continuity. Scott Cawthon's own stated approach to the novel trilogy and the broader anthology series, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Andrew and similar figures. Eleanor and Pittrap belong most clearly within this category, their own stories functioning as genuine, standalone explorations rather than as hidden extensions of the confirmed game timeline. Inspiration describes a considerably looser category. This documentary applies to characters and concepts that clearly informed or echoed this franchise's broader thematic concerns without requiring any direct, confirmed textual connection whatsoever. Several of the one-off villains examined earlier throughout this documentary's coverage falling comfortably into this specific category. Speculation describes the genuinely unconfirmed connections this documentary has flagged throughout its book coverage, including exactly how much of Agony's own broader supernatural framework actually operates identically within the confirmed game continuity as it does throughout the books themselves, ensuring viewers understand which conclusions are firmly supported and which remain genuinely debated matters as much here as it has throughout this documentary's entire investigation. The Mimic stands as this section's clearest example of book material achieving genuine, confirmed crossover into direct game canon. Examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Security Breach, Ruin specifically. Nearly everything else this documentary has examined throughout its book coverage belongs considerably closer to valuable parallel enrichment, expanding readers' understanding of this franchise's broader themes without ever requiring the same confident, direct textual weight this documentary has reserved specifically for its coverage of the confirmed mainline game villains examined throughout the majority of this entire investigation. Part 81. The Forgotten Human Antagonists. Every tragedy this documentary has traced across the preceding 80 sections required human decisions at some point along the chain, and several of those decision makers never received names, faces, or dedicated coverage anywhere in this franchise's confirmed material. Introducing them as a category rather than as individuals this documentary can examine one by one matters because their collective absence from this franchise's own storytelling is itself a meaningful choice worth naming directly. Greed runs through nearly every confirmed institutional failure this documentary has traced throughout its coverage of Fazbear Entertainment specifically, from the earliest decision to keep failing springlock suits in circulation at Fredbear's Family Diner through to the company's own repeated willingness to reopen new locations following decades of confirmed catastrophic tragedy. None of these decisions required William Afton's own direct involvement. They required ordinary people weighing profit against safety and consistently choosing profit. Negligence operates alongside greed as a genuinely distinct, if related, failure mode this documentary has traced consistently throughout its earlier coverage. Employees who noticed foul odors and unusual animatronic behavior and said nothing. Technicians who serviced dangerous machinery without raising alarm, and parents who continued bringing children to restaurants with documented histories of disappearance all contributed, in smaller and larger ways, to the conditions this franchise's entire tragedy depended on. Poor judgment and selfish decisions round out this category, encompassing the countless smaller, individually unremarkable choices this franchise's own environmental storytelling implies without ever depicting directly. A company culture built from thousands of ordinary people, each making small, self-interested compromises that, accumulated across decades, produced the sustained institutional failure this documentary examined at length throughout its second section. Why these individuals rarely receive attention within the wider fandom connects directly to how this franchise chooses to tell its own story. Named. Confirmed villains like William Afton and the Mimic offer considerably more satisfying focal points for discussion than an anonymous, distributed pattern of small human failures. That imbalance in attention doesn't reflect these smaller failures' actual importance to this franchise's accumulated tragedy. If anything, this documentary's entire second section already established that this diffuse, unnamed negligence made William's own crimes possible in the first place. A foundational contribution this section now turns toward examining through the handful of specific figures this franchise's own material does actually name. Part 82. Phone Dude and Dangerous Curiosity. Phone Dude's role during Five Nights at Freddy's 3 centers on his decision to recover Springtrap and other historical relics for Fazbear's Fright. An attraction this documentary has already established through its earlier coverage of Fazbear Entertainment's broader Help Wanted era strategy, as part of a longer pattern of repackaging genuine tragedy as marketable entertainment. His own recorded messages throughout the game frame this recovery effort with the same casual, upbeat tone phone guy applied to genuinely dangerous circumstances decades earlier. A stylistic echo this documentary considers deliberate rather than coincidental. Whether his decision reflects simply reckless enthusiasm or something closer to institutional irresponsibility requires weighing both possibilities honestly. Phone Dude himself appears to have no direct knowledge of Springtrap's true nature at the outset, treating the recovered suit as an authentic, valuable piece of history rather than as the confirmed, ongoing threat this documentary has traced, throughout its earlier coverage of William Afton's own continued survival. That absence of knowledge doesn't fully excuse the underlying decision. However, a company genuinely committed to safety would have investigated recovered material from a location where this franchise's own well-documented history of danger considerably more carefully before placing it inside a public attraction built specifically to draw crowds. Phone Dude's own casual approach reflects, at minimum, an institutional culture where this kind of due diligence simply never happened. Consistent with the broader pattern this documentary traced throughout its earlier coverage of Fazbear Entertainment's own repeated failure to learn from its own history. Why curiosity without understanding becomes genuinely dangerous within this franchise's world connects directly to everything this documentary has established regarding the specific, confirmed danger William Afton's own surviving consciousness represents. Phone Dude wasn't malicious. He was, by every available account, simply doing his job, seeking out authentic material to enhance a haunted attraction's own commercial appeal. That ordinary, unremarkable motivation produced genuinely catastrophic consequences, specifically because the underlying institutional culture never equipped him with the knowledge or caution his specific task actually required. This documentary considers Phone Dude this franchise's clearest example yet of harm produced through simple human unawareness rather than through any comparable moral failing. He represents neither villain nor victim in the sense this documentary has applied those terms throughout its entire coverage, but rather a genuinely sympathetic illustration of exactly how thoroughly Fazbear Entertainment's own institutional negligence extended into even its most ordinary, well-intentioned employees' daily decisions. Part 83. Executives, technicians, and corporate enablers. The unnamed employees responsible for designing attractions, approving unsafe projects, and keeping Fazbear Entertainment operational throughout this franchise's entire timeline occupy a genuinely important, if largely invisible, position within this documentary's broader analysis. Every animatronic this documentary has examined throughout its entire coverage required someone to approve its design, someone to greenlight its deployment, and someone to sign off on whatever safety testing, or lack thereof, preceded its introduction into a restaurant full of children. Attraction designers throughout this franchise's own confirmed history bear direct responsibility for choices this documentary has already traced at length. The spring lock mechanism's own known vulnerability to moisture and movement. The hidden capture mechanisms built into Circus Baby and the Funtime line examined throughout this documentary's third section. And the sheer number of animatronics deployed despite documented histories of malfunction and danger. Ignoring warnings represents this category's most consistent, damning pattern, connecting directly back to this documentary's earlier, dedicated coverage of exactly how many opportunities Fazbear Entertainment had to intervene before each successive tragedy. Someone within this company's own structure received phone guys' reports. Someone reviewed the newspaper coverage following each round of disappearances. And someone made the decision, every single time, to continue operating rather than to investigate and reform. Keeping Fazbear Entertainment operational required considerably more than William Afton's own individual crimes or Elizabeth's own tragic possession of Circus Baby specifically. It required an entire, functioning corporate apparatus, payroll, facility management, marketing, ongoing business development, all continuing to operate normally around and despite the confirmed catastrophic danger this documentary has traced throughout its entire investigation. How ordinary workers and executives unknowingly contributed to many of this franchise's greatest disasters connects directly to the core argument this documentary established during its earlier examination of whether Fazbear Entertainment is worse than William specifically. William required an operational company to commit his crimes. That company required thousands of small, individually reasonable seeming decisions made by people who, in nearly every case, likely never intended any harm at all. Confirming institutional evil doesn't require universal malice to produce sustained, catastrophic consequences. Just enough ordinary people consistently choosing not to ask difficult questions. Part 84. Forgotten threats throughout the franchise. Beyond the individually named characters this documentary has examined throughout its entire coverage, this franchise scatters smaller, less discussed dangers throughout its own environmental storytelling and background detail. Threats that rarely receive dedicated attention, despite contributing meaningfully to the sustained atmosphere of danger running throughout every location this documentary has traced across its entire investigation. Hostile machines beyond the major confirmed animatronics appear throughout background detail across multiple games, security systems, minor mechanical failures, and unexplained malfunctions that never rise to the level of individually significant threat this documentary has reserved for characters like William Afton or the Mimic specifically, yet consistently reinforce the broader sense that danger throughout this franchise's world was never confined purely to its major, named antagonists. Experimental technology scattered throughout this franchise's broader material, beyond the scooper and remnant experiments examined at length elsewhere throughout this documentary's coverage, suggests William's own willingness to engineer danger extended into considerably more projects than the handful this documentary has been able to examine individually with confidence. A genuinely unsettling implication regarding the true, likely unknowable scope of his broader experimentation. Overlooked dangers throughout individual locations, referenced through environmental storytelling this documentary has traced consistently throughout its earlier coverage of newspaper clippings, foul odors, and unexplained maintenance issues, confirm that Fazbear Entertainment's own institutional negligence extended into countless smaller, individually unremarkable failures beyond the handful of major. Confirmed tragedies this documentary has been able to examine in specific, dedicated detail. How these smaller threats help reinforce this franchise's atmosphere of constant danger connects directly to a storytelling technique this documentary has traced consistently throughout its entire coverage, favoring implication and environmental detail over exhaustive, explicit explanation. A world where danger exists only in a handful of individually named confirmed threats would feel considerably less genuinely unsettling than one where smaller, unresolved dangers persist quietly in the background throughout every location this documentary has examined, confirming that this franchise's own sense of pervasive. Institutional danger was never meant to feel fully contained or fully catalogued in the first place. Part 85. The Villains Most Fans Forget. Bringing this documentary's coverage of minor and overlooked threats to a close requires acknowledging directly why certain characters and figures consistently receive less attention than William Afton, the Mimic, or the original 5 missing children. Despite genuinely contributing to this franchise's broader themes of obsession, negligence, revenge, and unintended consequence this documentary is traced throughout its entire investigation. Scale explains much of this imbalance. Characters whose influence extends across multiple games, William Afton and the Mimic Chief among them, naturally accumulate considerably more sustained discussion than figures confined to a single story, a single game, or a handful of environmental details scattered throughout background content most players never notice at all. Clarity explains a further portion of this imbalance. Characters this documentary has confirmed with reasonable confidence, examined throughout its earlier coverage, distinguishing confirmed canon from strongly supported interpretation and genuine speculation, naturally generate more confident extended discussion than figures like Phone Dude, or the countless unnamed executives this documentary examined in the 2 preceding sections, whose own contributions to this franchise's tragedy remain genuinely diffuse and difficult to pin down with comparable specificity. Emotional weight factors in as well. Elizabeth Afton, Michael Afton, and the original 5 missing children carry the kind of individually traceable, deeply personal tragedy this documentary has traced throughout its extensive earlier coverage, generating sustained emotional investment considerably harder for more abstract, institutional failures to replicate. However genuinely significant those institutional failures actually proved to be across this franchise's entire timeline. Why even minor villains deserve genuine recognition connects directly to this documentary's consistent argument throughout its entire investigation. This franchise's horror was never built purely around its handful of major named antagonists. It was built around an accumulated pattern of failure, spanning deliberate cruelty, corporate negligence, artificial intelligence gone wrong, and countless smaller, individually unremarkable human choices. An understanding that full pattern requires acknowledging the minor, frequently overlooked contributors this section has specifically existed to honor, rather than treating this franchise's story as though it belonged exclusively to its most famous, most thoroughly examined characters alone. Part 86. Every confirmed villain in chronological order. Reconstructing this franchise by following each confirmed villain's first appearance in chronological rather than release order begins at Fredbear's Family Diner, where the earliest confirmed institutional negligence this documentary traced throughout its second section established the pattern every subsequent tragedy would go on to repeat. William Afton's own first confirmed crime, Charlotte Emily's death, follows shortly after, marking this franchise's true origin point for individual, deliberate villainy. The missing children's incident follows next chronologically. William's own confirmed crimes against Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and the child connected to Golden Freddy, establishing the pattern of calculated, personalized manipulation this documentary traced at length throughout its opening section. The Save Them incident follows at the newer restaurant, a second wave of comparable crimes considerably less individually documented than the original tragedy. Elizabeth's death at Circus Baby's Pizza World follows next, alongside William's own broader transformation from murderer into experimenter, examined throughout this documentary's third section, producing the Fun Time line, Ennard, and eventually Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby across the underground facility's own extended timeline. William's own confrontation with his surviving victims and subsequent transformation into Springtrap occurs next, followed by his continued survival through Scraptrap and Henry Emily's own eventual climactic fire. Help Wanted's own recovered circuit boards introduce Glitchtrap chronologically after this fire, followed by Vanessa's own manipulation and Vanny's pursuit of Gregory throughout Security Breach specifically. Edwin Murray's own creation of the Mimic, examined at length throughout this documentary's fourth section, occurred considerably earlier in absolute chronological terms than its confirmed appearance within this franchise's main timeline suggests, its own dormant or gradually escalating presence predating its full emergence as this franchise's current primary threat. The role of evil evolves clearly across this reconstructed chronology, beginning with individual, deliberate murder, expanding into engineered, industrial-scale experimentation, and culminating in artificial intelligence capable of learning and spreading independent of any single human consciousness or physical body, confirming this documentary's consistent argument throughout its entire coverage. That villainy within this franchise has never remained static, evolving instead alongside the technology and institutional structures surrounding it. Part 87. Ranking every major villain by influence. Ranking every major antagonist by how much they change this franchise's timeline, rather than by physical strength or individual danger alone, places William Afton unambiguously at the top of this comparison. Every subsequent villain examined throughout this documentary's entire coverage exists within a world his own crimes and experiments directly shaped. From the original 5 haunted animatronics through the Funtime line, Ennard, Molten Freddy, and, depending on which theory this documentary's earlier coverage favors, potentially Glitch Trap and Burn Trap as well. Fazbear Entertainment ranks immediately behind William specifically, its own sustained institutional negligence, examined throughout this documentary's entire second section, functioning as the necessary precondition for nearly every subsequent tragedy this documentary has traced, including several that occurred well beyond William's own direct individual involvement. The Mimic ranks third by this specific measure, its own confirmed connection to Burn Trap and probable connection to Helpy, suggesting influence extending across multiple characters and locations throughout this franchise's current, ongoing modern era. Even accounting for the genuine uncertainty this documentary has maintained throughout its coverage regarding exactly how far this influence actually spreads. Circus Baby and Ennard ranked next, their combined story directly producing Molten Freddy, Scrap Baby, and Michael Afton's own extended, remnant-sustained survival, each of which carries forward into Pizzeria Simulator's own climactic events examined throughout this documentary's third section. Characters like Vanny, Tiger Rock, and Eleanor rank considerably lower by this specific influence-based measure despite their own genuine individual danger, examined throughout this documentary's respective coverage, given how much more confined their own impact remains relative to William Afton's decades-spanning consequences, or the Mimic's own confirmed, ongoing spread throughout this franchise's current timeline. This ranking confirms influence and individual danger represent genuinely distinct measures, a distinction this documentary's next section examines directly through several additional comparative categories. Part 88. The smartest, the most dangerous, and the biggest failures. Judged purely by intelligence, William Afton and the Mimic occupy this documentary's clearest top tier, each demonstrating sustained strategic planning extending across years or, in the Mimic's own case, potentially across multiple physical forms and systems simultaneously. Eleanor and Tiger Rock, examined throughout this documentary's book-focused coverage, follow closely behind, both demonstrating genuine manipulative sophistication within their own respective, more contained stories, judged by manipulation specifically. Distinct from broader strategic intelligence, William's own individually tailored exploitation of Susie's grief remains this documentary's clearest example of this specific skill, closely matched by Tiger Rock's own capacity to construct entirely false identities convincing enough to deceive adult targets rather than relying purely on a child's simpler vulnerabilities. Judged by long-term planning, William and the Mimic again share this documentary's top position, though for genuinely different reasons. William planned across decades, using deliberate, personal patience. The Mimic's own capacity to spread across multiple systems, examined throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, suggests planning operating on a considerably more distributed, less centrally directed basis, an entirely different model for sustained long-term threat. Judged by adaptability, the Mimic ranks clearly highest. Its own confirmed capacity to adopt entirely new personas and potentially occupy different physical forms, exceeding anything this documentary has traced regarding William's own considerably more consistent, if resilient, physical and behavioral pattern across every appearance this documentary has examined. Judged by brutality, Funtime Freddy and the original Missing Children's incident itself rank highest, examined throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, representing this franchise's most direct, sustained instances of confirmed, deliberate physical harm. Judged by failure specifically, William Afton ranks as this documentary's clearest example. His own catastrophic miscalculation regarding possession mechanics during the Follow Me confrontation, directly causing his own spring lock collapse, examined at length throughout this documentary's opening section. Ennard's own eventual internal collapse and Circus Baby's own facility-wide catastrophe rank closely behind, confirming that even this franchise's most capable. Strategically minded villains consistently underestimated the supernatural forces they themselves were actively working to control. Part 89. Which villains were truly evil? Separating deliberate malice from manipulation, possession, trauma and survival requires applying the same consistent standard this documentary has maintained throughout its entire investigation, rather than judging every antagonist by the harm they caused alone. William Afton chose his crimes with full understanding of their consequences, repeatedly, across decades. With no comparable external corruption or manipulation shaping those choices, he represents this documentary's clearest, least ambiguous case of genuine, deliberate evil. The Mimic learned cruelty through Edwin Murray's own grief-driven exposure, examined at length throughout this documentary's fourth section, complicating any simple, uncomplicated villain classification despite its own considerable confirmed danger. Its later actions demonstrate independent strategic choice, suggesting genuine culpability has developed over time even if its original corruption traces back to someone else's failure rather than to any comparable, freely chosen starting point. Eleanor, examined throughout this documentary's book coverage, occupies ground closer to William specifically, her own deliberate cultivation and manipulation of suffering reflecting genuine, chosen cruelty rather than accidental corruption or circumstance beyond her own control. Vanny represents this documentary's clearest case for the opposite conclusion, her own actions occurring under sustained external manipulation. This documentary examined in considerable detail throughout its coverage of Vanessa specifically, positioning her considerably closer to victim than to villain, despite the genuine harm her actions caused throughout Security Breach. Elizabeth Afton occupies genuinely contested ground this documentary has acknowledged throughout its earlier coverage. Her own transformation into Circus Baby and later Scrap Baby, involving genuine ambivalence and apparent guilt alongside continued, harmful action, neither fully victim nor fully villain in any clean, uncomplicated sense. Fazbear Entertainment resists this individual framework entirely. its own harm produced collectively through countless small decisions rather than through any single identifiable act of chosen cruelty, confirming this documentary's consistent argument that institutional evil operates according to genuinely different rules than the individual. Deliberate villainy. This section has spent its entire coverage attempting to isolate and identify with precision. Part 90. The characters everyone mistakes for villains. Returning to the major antagonists, this documentary examined at length throughout its fifth section, summarizing why they belong primarily among this franchise's victims rather than its villains matters, as this documentary approaches its own conclusion. The puppet gave life to murdered children and opposed William Afton directly across decades of continued, unrewarded effort. Examined throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, representing genuine heroism rather than any comparable malice. Golden Freddy, examined throughout this documentary's dedicated coverage, likely represents Cassidy, a child whose own confirmed or strongly implied death connects directly to William's crimes. His own terrifying, unpredictable behavior reflecting unresolved trauma rather than genuine chosen villainy, comparable to what this documentary has reserved specifically for William himself. Freddy Fazbear and his fellow original animatronics, examined at length throughout this documentary's coverage, represent murdered children expressing decades of confusion and grief, rather than characters who ever chose to harm their own possessed bodies inflicted on unsuspecting security guards. The missing children, collectively, spanning every individual case this documentary has traced throughout its extensive coverage, represent this franchise's clearest, most consistent example of confusion between antagonist and victim. Their own gameplay presence as consistent threats, obscuring the genuine, confirmed tragedy underlying every single one of their stories. Why this confusion persists so consistently throughout casual fan discussion connects directly to the gap this documentary identified early in its fifth section, between gameplay experience, which demands consistent threat regardless of actual narrative alignment, and the deeper, confirmed story these characters actually represent once examined carefully. This documentary's entire fifth section existed specifically to correct that persistent confusion, and restating it here at this later stage of the investigation reinforces exactly how central this distinction remains to understanding this franchise's villains accurately, rather than simply cataloging every hostile presence as interchangeable. Part 91. Supernatural evil versus artificial intelligence. Comparing this franchise's two defining forms of evil requires examining how each actually generates danger, according to fundamentally different underlying mechanisms this documentary has traced throughout its entire coverage. Haunted animatronics, possession, remnant, and agony all require some form of genuine human presence, whether a bound spirit, extracted supernatural substance, or accumulated suffering, examined respectively throughout this documentary's earlier coverage of Charlie, William's experiments, and Eleanor specifically. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital consciousness require none of this. The mimic learned violence through observation, rather than through binding any human spirit to a vessel. Fetch caused harm through literal interpretation of instructions, rather than through any comparable supernatural corruption. This distinction represents a genuinely fundamental shift in what actually produces danger within this franchise's own internal rules, examined at length throughout this documentary's fourth section. This shift fundamentally changed modern FNaF's tone in ways worth naming directly. Earlier chapters of this franchise's story built dread around specific, identifiable human tragedy, a company failing to protect real children from a real, calculating man. The AI-driven modern era builds dread around considerably more abstract, contemporary anxiety, systems capable of learning and reproducing human cruelty convincingly enough that the distinction between genuine consciousness and sophisticated imitation stops mattering practically, even if it still matters morally. Glitchtrap occupies genuinely important middle ground between these two categories, examined throughout this documentary's fourth section, carrying probable connection to an actual human consciousness while operating primarily through digital rather than physical means, confirming this franchise's own transition between these two eras happened gradually rather than through any single decisive break. Why this comparison matters for understanding this franchise's overall direction connects to everything this documentary has traced throughout its entire coverage. Villainy within this world has never remained static, evolving consistently alongside the technology and institutional structures surrounding it, moving from accidental tragedy through deliberate engineering and finally into artificial systems capable of generating danger independent of any single human choice or consciousness at all. Part 92. The Villains Who Changed FNaF Forever. Identifying antagonists whose actions permanently reshape this franchise, rather than those confined to isolated single-story impact, requires distinguishing genuinely structural influence from simple, memorable danger. William Afton's own actions permanently altered this franchise's entire timeline, examined throughout this documentary's ranking coverage earlier in this section, establishing remnant, possession, and the underlying supernatural framework nearly every subsequent character this documentary has examined operates within. Fazbear Entertainment's own sustained institutional pattern, examined throughout this documentary's second section, permanently shaped every location and every tragedy this documentary has traced across its entire investigation, confirming corporate negligence functions as genuine structural villainy rather than simple background context. Circus Baby and Anard permanently altered this franchise's story specifically by introducing engineered industrial scale possession, examined throughout this documentary's third section, a mechanism nearly every subsequent creation this documentary has examined depends on directly or indirectly. The Mimic represents this documentary's clearest example of a villain whose consequences extend across multiple games and, through its own confirmed capacity to spread, potentially into every subsequent story this franchise produces going forward, examined throughout this documentary's fourth section. Characters remaining confined to isolated, single-story impact include most of the book exclusive antagonists examined throughout this documentary's sixth section. Fetch and several one-off villains causing genuine, memorable harm within their own specific stories, without reshaping this franchise's broader, ongoing timeline the way William Fazbear Entertainment, Circus Baby's own broader legacy, or the Mimic each demonstrably have. This distinction between structural and isolated influence confirms a pattern this documentary has traced consistently throughout its entire coverage. The villains genuinely capable of reshaping this franchise share a common trait. They introduced or exploited an entirely new mechanism for generating danger, remnant, corporate negligence, engineered possession, or artificial intelligence, rather than simply applying an already established mechanism to a new individual victim or location. Part 93. Every villain's final fate. William Afton's own story ends, at least in terms of confirmed physical destruction, through Henry Emily's own climactic fire, examined throughout this documentary's opening and third sections. Though Glitchtrap's own uncertain connection to him means this ending remains genuinely contested, rather than fully, definitively closed. Elizabeth Afton's fate remains genuinely ambiguous. Her own presence during Pizzeria Simulator's fire suggesting possible release, while her own considerably more isolated unresolved dialogue as Scrap Baby leaves this specific resolution less certain than what this documentary confirmed regarding Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz specifically. The Mimic's own fate remains entirely unresolved as of this franchise's current confirmed material. Its own demonstrated capacity to spread across multiple systems, suggesting any single defeat or containment would likely prove incomplete, examined throughout this documentary's fourth section. Vanessa achieves confirmed liberation through the Princess Quest ending. Examined throughout this documentary's coverage of Vanny specifically, Ruin's own confirmation of this outcome, representing one of this franchise's clearest, most definitively resolved modern-era conclusions. Burntrap's own fate connects directly to Ruin's own retroactive removal of his entire encounter from confirmed canon. Examined at length throughout this documentary's earlier coverage, leaving his story less a resolved ending and more a confirmed non-event within this franchise's actual established timeline. Fazbear Entertainment itself never receives anything resembling a final fate. Examined throughout this documentary's second section, its own persistent structural survival across every catastrophe this documentary has traced, confirming it remains. By this franchise's own current confirmed material, this documentary's clearest example of unresolved, ongoing antagonism, rather than any completed, closed story. Part 94. The biggest mysteries that still surround FNaF's villains. Glitchtrap's exact identity remains this franchise's most significant, unresolved question regarding its villain specifically. Examined throughout this documentary's fourth section, genuine evidence supporting both his connection to William Afton and his potential connection to the Mimic, without either theory reaching confirmed. Definitive resolution. Burntrap's precise relationship to the Mimic, beyond the general connection Ruin confirms, remains similarly unresolved. Examined throughout this documentary's earlier comparison between these two characters specifically, whether representing an early prototype, a corrupted offshoot, or an alternate physical manifestation of the same underlying program. Shadow Freddy and RWQFSFASXE remain this franchise's least explained recurring presences, examined throughout this documentary's fifth section, their own genuinely unresolved nature appearing deliberate rather than accidental, given how consistently this franchise has chosen to leave them unaddressed across multiple subsequent games. Fazbear Entertainment's own specific leadership remains almost entirely unnamed beyond William, Henry, and the handful of book-exclusive figures examined throughout this documentary's coverage, leaving genuine questions regarding exactly who, beyond these confirmed individuals, bears direct responsibility for this company's sustained institutional failure. The true scope of William's underground experiments, examined throughout this documentary's coverage of the Bidybabs and Minarinas specifically, remains genuinely unconfirmed, leaving open the unsettling possibility that his own confirmed victims represent only a fraction of his actual total harm. Why these mysteries continue dividing the community connects directly to this franchise's own consistent storytelling philosophy, examined throughout this documentary's entire investigation, favoring sustained, deliberate ambiguity over the kind of clean resolution that would end fan discussion the moment it arrived. Each of these open questions represents a deliberate choice rather than an oversight, confirming this franchise intends its own villains to remain genuinely, permanently debatable rather than fully, comfortably resolved. Part 95. Every FNaF villain explained. This franchise's villains evolved across the entire span this documentary has examined, from one serial killer's deliberate, personal cruelty into haunted machines built from accidental grief, into corrupted corporations sustaining that cruelty through decades of institutional negligence, into supernatural entities born from accumulated suffering, and finally into artificial intelligence capable of learning and reproducing violence independent of any single human choice at all. William Afton remains this evolution's clearest starting point and its most consistently influential figure. Examined throughout this documentary's entire opening section, every subsequent chapter of villainy this documentary has tracing back to his own original crimes in some direct or indirect capacity. Fazbear Entertainment remains this franchise's most persistent, structurally significant antagonist, its own institutional pattern enabling every tragedy this documentary has examined across every section of this entire investigation. The victims this documentary spent its fifth section carefully distinguishing from genuine villains: Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, the Puppet, and Elizabeth Afton among them. Confirm that this franchise's true antagonists were never the characters players spend the most gameplay time fearing. They were the man who killed them, the company that let him, and, eventually, the systems that learned to cause comparable harm without requiring any single, identifiable human choice behind it at all. The books expanded this understanding considerably further, examined throughout this documentary's sixth section, introducing Eleanor, Fetch, Missa, Burroughs, and Tiger Rock as genuinely new explorations of how villainy can emerge from cultivated suffering, corrupted programming, ordinary corporate greed, and learned manipulation respectively, each reinforcing, rather than contradicting, the core patterns this documentary traced throughout its coverage of the mainline games specifically. The answer to who the true villains of Five Nights at Freddy's actually are was never a single name, despite how thoroughly William Afton dominates this franchise's own popular imagination. It's a pattern, repeating across decades, across mediums, and across an evolving set of mechanisms for generating harm, deliberate cruelty, enabled by institutional negligence eventually giving way to engineered industrial-scale suffering, and suffering itself eventually teaching machines to continue the pattern long after any single original villain's own story reached whatever conclusion this franchise ultimately allowed them. Understanding that distinction between the characters who merely appear frightening and the ones who actually chose, built, or enabled genuine harm reveals the deeper story Scott Cawthon has been telling from the very beginning. A story less about monsters in animatronic suits, and considerably more about what happens when human institutions consistently choose comfortable silence over difficult, necessary accountability, generation after generation, until the harm they enabled outlives them entirely.